Probando audio, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Mutea el micrófono, Pato. Dale, probando audio, 1, 2, 3. Probando, sí, Sala Previch llega a las cabinas, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfecto, escucho el español. ¿Me escuchan a mí en la cabina?
Sí, se escucha.
Excelente, perfecto, probando. 1, 2, 3, probando. ¿Me escucha?
Transmitiendo al inglés, sí se escucha.
Ok. Vale, están diciendo que tienen mal sonido, Patricio. Probando, sí, sí. 1, 2, 3, probando los audios de la cabina. Llego. 2. Vale, voy. 1, 2, 3, probando. Sala Previch, cabinas de interpretación, probando, sí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. ¿Ya? ¿Estamos? Súper. Gracias, Tomás. Nos vemos.
Ey, ey, dos, ey. Sí, sí, dos, ey, dos, ey. Cambia, ¿cierto? Sí.
Uno, tres. Probando. ¿Intérpretes me escuchan? Don César. Sí, te escucho perfectamente. Estoy transmitiendo al inglés. ¿Me escuchan bien? Sí. Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias. Tomás, ¿me escucha? Ya. ¿Estamos ok? Ya, gracias. ¿Los intérpretes de señas me escuchan bien? ¿Me escucha bien la gente? Perfecto. Muchísimas gracias.
Recording in progress.
Buenos días a todos. Les agradezco que
Good morning, everyone. Please have a seat so that we can begin today's session.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. We are now going to begin. We have sufficient quorum. I hope you have all been able to recover from your trips and that the cocktail hasn't had any negative results on you. Today we have an important day, a day in which during which we're going to consider fundamental aspects of the decisions that the agreement is expecting from this conference, and therefore your participation and contribution will be very welcome. I would like to invite you all to consider now point number 4 of the provisional agenda that was approved yesterday, that was adopted yesterday, and the first part has to do with the rules of procedure of the conference of the parties, including the modalities for significant participation by the public, which is Article 15.4a of the agreement. As you may remember, the agreement asks this first conference of the parties to consider 3 issues. First of all, the rules of procedure of the conference of the parties. Secondly, the financial provisions that Article 15.4 paragraph B of the agreement refers to. And thirdly, the rules relating to the functions of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, Article 18.1. As I said, we're going to deal, first of all, with the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties, including the modalities for significant participation by the public. The objective of this session, then, will be to consider the draft decision 1 and its annex. That is in the document LC-COP-EZ.1-DDR-1, available in the webpage of the meeting and also provided to each one of the delegations. And this is a revised version of the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties of the agreement, including, as I said, the significant participation by the public. As you know, the rules of procedure are, in general terms, a standard for multilateral negotiations and international fora. For that reason, we have a whole set of comparative examples that undoubtedly have inspired us in drafting this text. However, the proposal that you have, the draft that you have, also adapts to our regional context and reality, and the agreement with regards to the participation by the public, which is something novel within the international context, in order to maintain the practices of our own process during the negotiation stage. The negotiations of the Escazú Agreement were characterized by innovating rules of participation for the public that involved the participation and transparency that enabled us to work in a collaborative fashion and achieving very good results. In this sense, the proposal that we submit to you is the result of our own successful experience during the preparatory and negotiation stage, and it is founded on a wide-ranging review of background information and on regional and international comparisons, and it's also based on our own inputs and our own discussion conducted in a collective fashion, as from the very first meeting of the signatory countries held in October 9, 2019 in Costa Rica, and to date. in the documents that we have taken into consideration to produce this material, we have the Guadalajara Action Plan, the Santiago Decision, the organization and work plan of the negotiation team, the modalities for the participation by the public approved in the Montevideo session, the final minutes of the negotiation team held in Costa Rica in 2018, as well as international standards that have a lot of experience, and also other agreements such as the Aarhus Convention and others. It is important also to highlight that there are aspects that have already been regulated in the agreement itself, and that we have to abide by. For example, that there will be ordinary and extraordinary meetings of the COP in accordance with Article 15, or that each party has a vote in the deliberations and resolutions, which is reflected in Article 16. As you may also remember, we have analyzed, widely analyzed this issue on various occasions. We held a first dialogue during the first meeting of signatories held in 2019, organized by Costa Rica. After that, we also held 2 virtual meetings in 2020, specifically devoted to considering the basic ideas about these rules on April 15 and 25th of June of that year. In addition, the presiding officers also asked the Secretariat to prepare a first draft that was presented and analyzed during the second meeting of signatory countries that was held under the auspices of the government of Antigua and Barbuda in December 2020. And on that occasion, we granted a 3-month period for countries and the public to submit comments that were duly taken into consideration. We also discussed the previous version, previous to the one that we have now, during the pre-COP held last March 4th. Now, all those were inputs, they were agreements that were a reflection of the different opinions and positions, and enabling the work that we are going to undertake now. And as a result of this exchange, we prepared a new revised version that incorporated some modifications that emerged during the pre-COP and to date. And obviously, we tried to introduce as few modifications as possible, because delegations were making progress with regards to the project, so as not to alter the texts that had already been discussed, and to make speedier progress today, complying with the objective, with the mandate that the agreement itself provides us with. In consequence, and in accordance with what was agreed yesterday, I would like to submit to you all the draft that has already been announced, and that I call DDR /1 as a whole. I understand that this is the version that we must use to hold our dialogue today. I have consulted with the delegation from Mexico, whom we, and remember that yesterday we asked them to be recipients of comments or observations to the revised draft of rules contained in that document, and Mexico has informed that they have received no comments or observations from any delegation. However, we have received, the presiding officers, both yesterday and today, some comments from delegations that could imply observations or adjustments to some paragraphs of the draft. And therefore, I would like to open up the floor so that delegations that would like to make comments to the draft DDR /1 related to the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties, so that they can submit their observations. Now, if there are no objections, we would be dealing with this in a piecemeal fashion, and we would like to invite delegations that may have comments or observations about Article 1, objectives, and 2 definitions. Paragraph 1, purpose, and 2 definitions. I think Argentina has asked for the floor. Bolivia has also asked for the floor. Argentina, please. Yes, good morning, President. Good morning, everyone. We have a slight comment to make, and always with the spirit that we have had from the very beginning through our participation as a state, which is to make progress and to submit creative, constructive proposals that provide the agreement with the strength that it must have, and that we show this to everyone. That is our commitment. This is just a proposal that is aligned with the letter of the agreement. And in the paragraph, in paragraph 2, definitions by public, we understand any person. And sorry, in definitions. Point H, the definition of public means that if we include this here, that be in agreement, and that we specifically indicate that that is in agreement with what was established in Article 2, paragraph D of the agreement. If there was a problem, the idea would be to have this aligned with the letter of the agreement, and maybe we could also leave out the definition, because we already know that is in the agreement. The definition is already in the agreement, and these rules of procedure are strictly related to the letter of the agreement. So, if the parties wish to maintain that definition, we feel that it should be adhered to the letter of the agreement and be included in as Article 2, paragraph D. If not, we can delete that. Thank you, Argentina. Bolivia. Thank you very much, Chair. Considering that this is the first time that I have spoken during this important meeting, I would like to warmly greet Chair, country representatives, representatives of civil society, and very especially to representatives of indigenous peoples. Bolivia, as you all probably know, has faced complex problems. We suffered a coup d'etat in 2019, and which lasted for most of 2020, and therefore we haven't been active participants in the meetings that have been mentioned by the chair. For example, the meeting in Costa Rica in 2019, that was exactly when our problems arose in our country as a result of the coup d'etat, and in the meetings of June and July 2020, we were already living under a de facto government, and therefore we have been unable to actively participate in such an important issue for Bolivia as is the Escazú Agreement. I would like to point out that Bolivia is committed to the defense of the rights of Mother Earth, to defend the rights of indigenous peoples in our own constitution, political constitution. In our own constitution, we have a sector that recognizes the importance of civil society. We have participative social control, and that means that the organized civil society, including indigenous peoples, constantly control all government activity. We submit public accountability reports. All ministries have to draft accountability reports once a year for civil society, and civil society presents proposals, opinions, observations, criticism, and all that is received in the different ministries so that we can introduce the necessary changes. So our government is a government that works hand in hand with civil society, and especially with the indigenous peoples who are the majority of the population in Bolivia. With that introduction, I would like to say that we have made some observations to the text that we will review this morning, and we have others for this afternoon. But now we will focus on this document. We fully coincide with the observation presented by Argentina in subparagraph H of Article 2 on definitions. We must maintain the definition that we already have in Article 2 of the Escazú Agreement in subparagraph B of that agreement. That is one possibility, and the other possibility is for this simply to be deleted because it's not necessary, it's already in the agreement. And after that, there are other observations that we believe are also important. In Article 3, please excuse me, Bolivia, we are now discussing Articles 1 and 2 right now. After that, we can deal with the other articles. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. We thank you for your understanding. The idea is simply to organize the debate. Any other organization, Antigua and Barbuda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say that I concur with the recommendation by Argentina. It's either we stick to the definition as in the agreement or we delete it. So I just want to know I support what Argentina has proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Antigua y Barbuda.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. I can't see any objections to the proposal made by Argentina. So what we could do then is delete subparagraph H, aligned with the idea that those definitions that are already contained in the agreement should not be repeated or reiterated. Mexico has the floor. Yes, we agree on repeating the definition that is in the agreement. We would agree with repeating it, but not, we wouldn't agree with deleting it. We believe it's important to maintain and reiterate that definition here. Thank you, Mexico. We take due note. We offer the floor to the representatives of the public. Thank you, Chair. A greeting to all participants in this meeting. Considering that this is the first time that I have spoken, we agree that we use the definition of public, which is included in the agreement. And we also agree on the proposal of rules of procedures that were agreed over the past 2 years with all the elements that have been contributed by governments and also by representatives of the public. That's all we wanted to say. Thank you, Chair. We thank the representative of the public. And so we have two alternatives, either to repeat the text of the agreement here or simply to delete subparagraph H of Article 2. I would like to ask everyone here. I understand that the repetition of a text is not a very recommended juridical practice. The copy, of course, can be exactly the same, but that might mean that we would have to repeat other definitions that are already contained in the agreement and that are not highlighted in Article 2 of the draft rules. So I would like to consult Mexico if for you it would be acceptable in view of this criteria to simply delete subparagraph H to the extent that we would thus be preventing interpretation mistakes when it comes to other definitions of different articles in the agreement. That is the idea that we have in order to avoid doing this. I understand that this is not it is not a common practice to repeat concepts, but the concept of public is unique for the Escazú Agreement. This is not a concept that we have heard of in other conventions, and therefore I feel that it is important for that to be reflected because it's fundamental to guarantee this mechanism for the participation of civil society, which is something that we have not normally seen elsewhere. And therefore, we are interested that in this being reflected. If we have to mention that this is in agreement with such and such an article, well, that's okay. But I do feel that it's very relevant to maintain that definition. Thank you, Mexico. The public. Good morning, everyone. We support the proposal made by Mexico because we understand that we are generating the rules of the Conference of the Parties, and the public has a role to play in that COP, and therefore we would like that to be specifically reflected. Understanding, even though we understand the logic presented by the chair. Thank you, everyone. Well, understanding the spirit that we are doing this with, we would include the exact term of the definition of public in the agreement as in subparagraph H of Article 2. We will now consider Article 3 and Article 4. Article 3 refers to place and date of the meeting, and Article 4, notifications.
La palabra, Bolivia.
Thank you once again, Chair. In Article 3, paragraph 7, we request that at the end of the phrase we include as long as there's approval by all parties. And so in full, if you read paragraph 7, it would read, when, due to force majeure, the Conference of the Parties cannot meet in person, it can take place virtually as long as this is approved by all the parties. The reason for increasing this part of the paragraph is to ensure the full inclusion of all parties in virtual meetings and that no one is left out. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Any further comment on these articles? Excuse me, Chair. Also in Article 4, we have comments. I don't know if we would say this now or are we just in Article 3? Yes? All right. Article 4, paragraph 1. I will read how it will be left. The Secretariat shall notify all parties through their focal points and the regional public mechanism would be erased because we want to pick up on what Article 12 of the Escazú Agreement says, that it refers to a center for the exchange of information that is virtual and universal access. And so we believe that if this were referenced, it would be more appropriate because it would be a regional virtual platform instead of a regional public mechanism. It is a virtual platform that is to try and use the wording more similar to what already exists under the Escazú Agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Mexico, the floor is yours. Thank you. Mexico would not agree with doing away with the regional public mechanism. The Center for the Exchange of Information referred to in Article 12 is for the exchange of information practices, and so that the state parties are doing for the instrumentation of the Escazú Agreement. There is no mention of the logic as to how the conference of the parties actually works. And so here we have, it's saying that we have a regional public mechanism to take part in the presiding officer. So it is important that this be maintained and included in these notifications. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Panama. Good morning. We have a comment and a proposal for Article 4, numeral 2, to provide certainty with regard to the time for an e-notification. Here it says that notifications will be considered sufficient as long as the recipient acknowledges receipt, or it can be otherwise verified that the notification was received. And the proposal is that, first, the criteria is that the email is acknowledged, but to not leave it so open and have another way of notifying that this had been received, to provide a time for this, say 10 days after having said the email, and so it is taken that the notification has been given, to provide certainty with regard to the time, and that we're all clear that, okay, I received the email on such and such a date, and 10 days have gone by, or 15 days, or whatever. And so then I understand that the notification has been made because it is so made explicit under the rules. That's the proposal. Thank you, Panama. Olivia, are you requesting the floor? I will recognize the Secretariat to explain the mechanism foreseen in Article 4, paragraph 1. Yes, perhaps there is a slight confusion as to what the regional public mechanism is. The platform for virtual exchange that is in the treaty refers to the Observatory of Principle 10, and where the countries and the Secretariat and everyone offer their progress made in terms of regulation, legislation, good practices for the exchange of experience in the region. The regional public mechanism that has been operating, and it is in the website of the process, is the mechanism that allows all social players to be informed of all the activities going on in the Secretariat. And that is a term being used in the last year, and where people register, and so they receive all the communications and information that there's going to be a COP or whatever, aside from what actually happens in the website of the Escazú Agreement. And so the article that you referred to has more to do with the observatory than the mechanism, which is merely a way of communicating. And that is the term that has been used by all actors and is in the website. It is recognized. So in practical terms, so the rule to continue to use the term being used so far is practical in terms of communication. Thank you. We thank the Secretariat. Bolivia. I thank the Secretariat for this explanation. However, aside from the use of a name, we're also referring to changes later on in the document, because in this part it says established in accordance with paragraph 3, rule 14 of these rules of procedure. And so for later on, we have other proposals, and that is why we are proposing here this article to remove that reference, and because there are changes that we would like to make later on. Or do you want me to make reference to these now? No, Bolivia, thank you. I'm going to propose the following. Basically, we have 3 comments. The first has to do with Article 3, paragraph 7, and the addition by Bolivia. And that obviously the consideration of the modality and how the COP is held must be a decision by the parties. This is a decision that is basically with regard to the procedure. The rules as such foresee a mechanism for the adoption of procedural decisions. And so adding this text will create uncertainty as to how to resolve the adoption of a decision, of a procedural decision. I don't know if I'm being clear. What I would like to convey is that giving Bolivia peace of mind and that what they're saying is foreseen under the rules because it foresees the adoption of decisions. But if to each alternative we add a different wording, we're going to have multiple ways of adopting decisions. And so the recommendation might be to avoid making specifications with regard to each decision. And then with regard to the proposed amendment to paragraph 1, Article 4, we also have a proposal by Mexico for this to be kept. And so if you agree, we would postpone this decision until we consider paragraph 3 of Article 14. And so there we will see the compatibility between one and the other, since there is a specific mention to that article. And lastly, we have the proposal by Panama for paragraph 2 of Article 4. As Panama was saying, this is a proposal that provides great uncertainty if it is worded, or let's say, or 10 days or so after being sent. If there were no further observations about that, we would change the text accordingly. Since it's not clarified, the correct interpretation is that the 10 days are calendar days. Well, if there are no further comments on these articles, I thank you to proceed as indicated, and we will now proceed to consider Article 5, the agenda. Argentina is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chairman, and my apologies for having to return to Article 2 definitions, having recently spoken to some of the delegates. We would like to review and have a proposed wording. So if Mexico would prefer to refer to the article of the agreement, we believe that if we refer to the article of the agreement, we would prefer to mention the article in full. But changing the last part for it to say, instead of the states parties, the Annex 1 states. Because when the agreement was negotiated, there were other expectations and we had other objectives. Right now, we are seeing a situation that we're leaving out states that are participating and that have negotiated, that are present, and the situation is different. And so we would prefer to amend the wording for it to read exactly the same, that is, including the letter of the agreement, only modifying and saying states parties, that it should say Annex 1 states. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. So this is opened for consideration. This reference Mexico is recognized. Yes, just to say that we would agree with that amendment to the wording. We overlooked that we would be leaving out the current representatives of the public. And so, yes, we would agree with that amendment. Thank you. Marcos Orellana is requesting the floor. Thank you, Chair, and I would like to begin by congratulating you for your election. We're in very good hands in terms of the leadership of this process, and also I'd like to express my gladness to be in this room in this first COP of the Escazú Agreement. With regard to the definitions being addressed, I asked for the floor precisely to comment on the explanation received by the Secretariat regarding the regional public mechanism, and that I understand is open to persons interested from the whole region, all Annex 1 countries. And so one thing that supports the proposal made by Argentina and also supported by Mexico is that, as has been said here yesterday, the intention is to extend the number of parties to the agreement, and that those signatory countries may become parties, and that those countries that have not yet signed may be parties to the agreement. And in that direction, the role of the civil society in those countries and having the possibility of actively taking part in the COP is very relevant. And so there is there a matter of vision of the future that would be supporting this definition being proposed by Argentina and by Mexico. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Marcus. Always very clarifying your interventions. Thank you. Should we return to this? Yes, the public has requested the floor. Thank you, Chair. We would not want to take up too much time, but we agree with the proposal made by Argentina and Mexico. And of course, we also greet the comment by Professor Orellana. Thank you. Thank you. Chile, recognized. Thank you. Good morning. And I thank you, Chair, for recognizing us. We believe the proposal made by Argentina and Mexico are in the correct direction, this notwithstanding the definition of public that appears in the wording of the Escazú Agreement does not refer solely to the participation by the public in the COP. And so therefore, if this correction were to be made, our suggestion would be to do this in the context of for the purpose of participation by the public and so on and so on. And there repeat the definition that appears under the agreement.
Gracias, Chile. Entiendo que
Thank you, Chile. I understand that there is a consensus in terms of maintaining the draft of the agreement with the corrections suggested by Argentina, and that was supported by other countries. And I would like to say to Chile that the chapeau of the definition is with regards to these rules and not for other purposes. In other words, we're not amending the agreement, but we're simply establishing a rule of for operations within the conference of the parties. If there's a consensus around that, we would go back to Article 5. Let's go back to Article 5 of the project. Bolivia. Thank you. In Article 5, we are suggesting the inclusion of a new paragraph right at the end, which can read, well, the Secretariat will inform the Conference of the Parties about administrative and budgetary issues in the exercise of its tasks. The justification is that it is normal in international entities for the secretariats as part of their routine activities, report state parties of the agreement about administrative and financial issues or economic issues. Thank you, Bolivia. Any comments about this?
Creo que no existe inconveniente.
Okay, I don't think there are any problems with what was suggested by Bolivia, so we include that. So we move on to Article 6, representation and credentials. I don't see anyone asking for the floor. Panama, you have the floor. I have a doubt. In paragraph 2, you mention that representatives may act as representatives upon the designation by the head of the delegation. This should this designation be in writing, presented in advance, or could that be done verbally? Thank you, Panama. To the extent that the rules do not clarify this, that designation or that appointment can be done in writing, or the head of the delegation can do that publicly. Thank you. Mexico.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Throughout the documents, we will be making these types of observations. We would like for there to be inclusive language and non-sexist language. In the first line, it says in Spanish by a head of a man, a male head of delegation. We should want that to be. We would like for there to be more inclusive language, because Mexico, for example, has a woman who is a head of representative. The problem is that. Well, that was just a joke. Thank you, Mexico, for your comment. Without considering there are no. Oh, Chile has the floor. Thank you. I would like to fully support what Mexico has just said, and we support that as an observer country. I would just like to mention something with regards to the previous rule, paragraph number 5, with regards to the agenda. And our suggestion, or what we would like to invite you to do, is to reflect on what happens to those agenda items that COP analyzes but is unable to reach an agreement. Here it is mentioned that that move is moved automatically to the next or to the following COP, and here perhaps it might be worthwhile analyzing that if the conference is not successful, that means that the agenda will automatically grow, and that will cause a never-ending agenda, and which will never be agreed on definitely. And therefore, our suggestion is that there may be an intermediate step before the creation of the agenda for the following COP. In that manner, we would avoid that permanent growth of the agenda that often leads to inefficiencies in the work of the conference. And if the chair agrees with that, we could prepare a proposal. We are, of course, an observer state. We hope to soon be a party, but we could definitely make a suggestion in that sense. Thank you, Chile. Well, we conclude the comments on paragraph 6, but Chile has gone back to paragraph 5. Mexico, you have the floor. Yes, I personally thank Julio for you to be here. the voice of experience, and we both come from negotiations related to climate change. This is a point that has to be, that we have to foresee. So we believe that Chile's suggestion is certainly very appropriate, and we could also help in the drafting of that suggestion, because we do want to prevent what the delegation from Chile has expressed. Thank you, Mexico. Yes, I think it's wise to take on board the experiences and the good practices of other negotiations, but we cannot simply think that decisions must always be subject to other decisions. But I would simply like to mention that the end of the paragraph says, unless the conference of the parties decides otherwise. And this means that the conference of the parties can indeed change the rules, but that phrase is there so that there's nothing absolutely automatic. But in any case, we thank you in advance for a proposal that you will make. Now, let's move on to paragraph 7, presiding officers. I don't know if anybody has any comments. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Let's see, here I would like to clarify something that may or may not be included in the subtitle of Article 7. And that is when we talk of the presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement and not of the presiding officers of the COP meetings. This is the presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement, so that we can understand the rest of the paragraph. After that, we have several proposals. I don't know whether we're going to deal with per paragraph, one by one, or we read them all out. Okay, we'll read them all out. In paragraph 1, we are suggesting that instead of saying that the presiding officers is comprised of a chair, 2 vice presidents, and 2 members, that we have 1 chair and 4 vice chairs. The idea is to ensure the representation of all the regions of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And therefore, out of those 4 vice chairs, 1 should come from the Andean region, another one from the Amazon countries, a 3rd one from Mexico and Central America, and the 4th one from Caribbean countries. And thus, we would ensure the regional representation under the same conditions and considering all the sub-regions that are included in our continent. And that is the idea behind these 4 co-chairs. In paragraph 2, again, we would like to correct that we're talking here of 4 vice chairs. Article 3, no comments. Article 4, again, no comments. Article 5, no comments. Article 6, here we would request that the meetings, the 6 monthly meetings, should preferably be held on a face-to-face fashion and not virtual, unless absolutely necessary. But the idea would be for meetings, if possible, to be face-to-face meetings, because when we have face-to-face meetings, they become much richer meetings than using virtual means. We have a new paragraph after paragraph 6, a new paragraph that would read as follows. If a member of the presiding officers that is not the chair resigns to his position or cannot exercise that position for the complete period that has been foreseen, or it is impossible for him or her to perform that task, the parties will represent a different chair for the rest of the mandate. I'll repeat that. It would say, if a member of the presiding officers that is not the chair resigns to that position or is unable to exercise that position for the whole period that is foreseen, or it is impossible for him or her to conduct or to perform the functions of that position, the country that he or she represents will appoint a replacement for the rest of the mandate. I believe that this can happen with changes in governments. This could happen, and I think it would be adequate to have foreseen this situation within this document. After that, we also suggest that we eliminate paragraph 7 in the understanding that the presiding officers are comprised of the parties of the agreement. That for now, with regards Article 7. After that, we have after 7, we want to include an additional article, but we will look at that further on. That's all with regards to Article 7. Thank you, Bolivia. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. I would like to react to some of the comments made by Bolivia. And as mentioned, the issue of inclusive language, again, is something that we would have to check in the whole document when we talk that we will choose from representatives, from people that are representatives of the parties comprised of. We would like to say presiding officers comprised of a chair, 2 members. The idea would be to have a more inclusive language. We know that when we negotiate in English, we don't face these challenges. However, in Spanish, it is important to ensure that type of language. And this is something that we will view throughout the document. When in Spanish we talk of un presidente, that's obviously male, and we would have to review that. I'm not going to repeat this article by article because it's the same idea, and so perhaps we could conduct an appropriate addition in that sense. Now, with regards to comments made by Bolivia, the issue that the presiding officers work every 6 months, preferably on a face-to-face manner, we are concerned with the resources that we'll have. We're just about to create a fund of voluntary contributions, and I know this firsthand because we negotiated this in ECOSOC with Argentina and ECLAC for the provision of special resources so that we could hold this first conference of the parties. And we do have very, very scarce resources, and therefore we have to take them into consideration to determine how realistic it would be for us to hold face-to-face meetings. Obviously, it's very helpful to have face-to-face meetings, but I fear it will not be feasible for us to meet every 6 months if we're talking of face-to-face meetings, considering that all our governments face budgetary restrictions, and that the international agenda is very demanding, and that it will be very difficult to live up to this commitment. So I would like to request a little bit of flexibility in this sense. Over the past 2 years that I have been participating in the presiding officers at a virtual level, we have made significant progress, and I don't feel that this is an obstacle. Even when it comes to connection problems, connectivity problems, we have found alternatives. And I have to say that our presiding officers have operated and worked in a very fluid manner. Now we find documents, for example, that are indeed very valuable. So I would like to ask that we are flexible in terms of maintaining the possibility of holding virtual meetings, because that enables us to meet not every 6 months. We have been meeting practically every other month, and sometimes even more frequently than that. So I would like to ask for that flexibility.
As to paragraph 7, no way, and this, yes, would be a red line for Mexico. We'd be prepared to remove this paragraph, and we are interested in the elected representatives of the public should take part, and so we believe it is important to keep this paragraph. With regard to the specific person that changes, I would ask the Secretariat to clarify this. I understand that this is not a personal issue, but rather it is the party country that does this, and so we would not be able to specify this, but please correct me if I'm wrong. And as to the representation, well, I believe that we could be flexible in that if there is person, a specific person representing the Caribbean or so. I think in practice, yes, that has been happening. For example, now, if it's going to be a vice presidency of the Latin America, that the other one is from the Caribbean, that is what we have been doing in practice, but maybe we should make it clear. Thank you, Mexico. The Secretariat is recognized. Responding the query by Mexico, yes, the positions are already a matter of the state, and so the Secretariat merely maintains updated the focal points and the person appointed by the state in each case. So it's not a personal position, it is the person, many things can happen to the person, but it is the position that counts. And so it is the state, say Argentina, Bolivia, it is the country that decides that. Well, we thank the Secretariat. And now St. Lucia has asked for the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've had a proposal from the indigenous persons, the group of the indigenous persons, COICA technical team rather, and I would like to place that proposal before you on behalf of them. And they are proposing in Article 7, paragraph 7, that in addition to a representative of the public, there should be a representative of indigenous persons with a voice. In the text, we have with a voice, not a vote, but they are proposing a voice. So, Mr. Chairman, if you have permission, I'd like to put it to delegates for their opinion on that. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, St. Lucia. No further interventions, requests. The public, please. Argentina. Yes, Argentina. Thank you, Chair. In the same sense, we would like to support the comments made by Mexico. Having received from the Secretariat, we understand the explanations with regard to the representatives that would clarify the matter. And basically, we're supporting Mexico regarding the relevance of keeping paragraph 7, which was, since the start of negotiations, the spirit of the agreement. And so we would prefer to leave it as it stands. And with regard to in the future, so that in as much as possible have an equitable representation in terms of gender and geography, yes, we would support that. In general, I would like to say, this is a proposal, paragraph 7 and 8, there is mention of the gender approach. And we consider that it should say equitable gender. And that reflects more closely the meaning of the mention. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Could you reiterate your proposal for the last part of paragraph 8? Yes, Article 7.8. At the end, when it says to ensure adequate geographical representation of the parties and gender balance. It should be equitable gender balance would be more appropriate. And then we will continue with the 8, but it's in the same sense. Thank you, Argentina. Panama is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Since it is the first time I take the floor on behalf of my country, cordial greetings. Basically, I will comment or support according to the proposal by Bolivia to remove paragraph 7. In Panama, together with Mexico, we agree that the paragraph should be kept and that and that the elected representative of the public should be included here. Panama, yes, and then the public. Yes, thank you, Chair. To support the proposal made by Mexico and Panama and merely recall that the inclusion of the public in the presiding officers is a consolidated practice under this agreement from the year 2015 onward. This agreement is recognized for what it has achieved and what it enshrines, and also how it was negotiated in the relationship between the public and the countries. And this is a decision that is strategic, and to continue working along this line, and we support the proposal by Mexico and also by Panama. Thank you. I thank the representative of the public, and now, yes, I see no further interventions or requests. Now, Ecuador. Thank you, Secretariat. I join in the words by the representative of the public, whereas in terms of supporting the proposal by Mexico and Panama, we recognize that the constant dialogue with all actors involved will ensure the effective implementation of this Escazú Agreement, and so we're not supporting the removal of paragraph 7. Thank you, Ecuador. Marcos Orellana has asked for the floor. Thank you, Chair. Merely to mention a matter of the terms used that were seen in paragraph 7 of Article 7, when it talks about the next meeting. The previous comment by Chile in 5.4 speaks of the provisional agenda, and other provisions talk of the some of the agendas of the program, but it seems that they're all referring to the same thing, but there's just with the difference of being provisional and non-provisional. So maybe we should clarify what it is that we're talking about exactly, to say whether it is provisional or not, and whether it is agenda or program. Thank you, Marcos. Bolivia. Yes, Bolivia is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Merely to clarify a little further why we're asking to the paragraph 7 be removed. We're emphasizing that we're talking about the presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement, or to speak of the presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement, we understand that it is basically concentrated because it is intergovernment. It is the presiding officers of the agreement of Escazú. And so what we're proposing is that it be removed, because it does not mean that the participation by the public would not exist. On the contrary, what governments do is dialogue with the public, and they will hold a dialogue within the framework of the presiding officers. And so Bolivia maintains the proposal to remove it, and maybe later on we could sit down with the other parties and reach a consensus regarding Bolivia's proposal, and later on we could reconsider. But we would like to insist that we're saying that this is a presiding officers of the Escazú Agreement, and that it is intergovernment. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Mexico, and no, first Antigua and Barbuda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With reference to paragraph 6 of Article 7, I think it should remain as it is, that we should have meetings 6 months virtually, because there are great financial pressures on the institution, and it's not always possible to be here. And from what we've experienced with COVID, I think that Zoom meetings can work very well. In fact, for the last couple of years, we have been meeting by Zoom, and decisions and recommendations have been made. With regard to paragraph 7, I hear the concerns of Bolivia, but I believe that paragraph 7 should remain in, because the public has always been an integral part of our meetings. Every decision we've made, we've involved them. They have the right to be heard, but they don't vote. And I don't think we should be doing anything in secret where we can't have the public present to be informed of what's going on. So from Antigua's point of view, I think paragraph 6 is fine as it is, and paragraph 7 can remain. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Mexico is recognized. Thank you, Chair. And here I would like to recall how the Escazú Agreement came about. And this is an initiative that was being furthered by the public, the civil society. Without the civil society, today we would not be at this COP. And so we must recognize that the origin of the treaty is not as in other intergovernmental agreements. It is not an idea of the parties, it is an idea of the civil society. And so their participation throughout the negotiation process has been fundamental. It has been fundamental in the wording and in the actions and also now in the instrumentation. And so I believe it would be a serious error and a significant setback in terms of what the Escazú Agreement represents since its origin to deny participation by the public in the presiding officers. And we're saying that there is no vote, so there's not this concern that, but of course, we must hear what they have to say. They must be participate in our decisions. And so we do believe that this is indispensable. This cannot be negotiated. We must include the civil society in agreement that is has been right from the start of the civil society. Thank you, Mexico. Panama is recognized. And with this, we would close the list of comments on this point in order to continue ahead. Panama, please. We second the position expressed by Mexico and add that the spirit of the agreement is to benefit precisely the most vulnerable groups. And so it is historical that an agreement of this type be so close to citizen participation and even in the presiding officers. And so we definitely support the position that the wording be kept in this paragraph. Thank you, Panama. And Chile, lastly.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that the rules of procedure of this session include taking the floor in the same order as the floor is requested. So please also look in this direction now and again. We would also like to make certain comments made by Mexico and other countries with regards the history of this process. And I believe that it is important to remember that the text of the Escazú Agreement has contains a principle of non-regression, which means that during the implementation of access rights, we must provide examples. And if the negotiation process that led to this agreement included a certain standard in terms of the participation of the public, that standard must be respected. And therefore, it seems logical that this text be maintained as stated by other parties. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. And I'll ask the Secretariat to help me with the list of speakers. My left eye is not as good as my right eye. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. St. Lucia follows on with the proposal by Mexico, Antigua and Barbuda, Panama, in agreeing that the text should remain as is, that we do believe that the public ought to be represented as one of the presiding officers. We have already given a proviso. We said there is a voice, but not a vote. So, and there is consultation. So that has been in keeping with the negotiations and the history of this. And also the agreement is touted as an agreement for the people and by the people. So to not have representation at this highest level of the public would not be in keeping with the spirit of the agreement. So St. Lucia supports that the paragraph 7 remains. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you, St. Lucia. Costa Rica, you have the floor. Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Costa Rica also supports the position by Mexico, Chile, St. Lucia, We believe that that is the spirit of the Escazú Agreement. Article 7 must be maintained in the same way as it is drafted. Thank you, Costa Rica. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. We are carefully listening to everything that is presented here, and we believe that in paragraph 6, we could accept, or we understand, we suffer from the same economic crisis as a result of the pandemic, and therefore we do understand the need to also maintain and prefer virtual meetings. Therefore, we would have no problems in maintaining paragraph 6 as it stands. Now, with regards paragraph 7, we would have to clarify that we work permanently with civil society. It's not that we're not trying to exclude them from the Escazú Agreement, but rather to organize this to work in a better fashion. And my colleague will explain this in greater detail. Perhaps we are not holding that dialogue that we would like to hold. We understand that in these presiding officers, the public would only be participating in the COP, such as this COP, which is 3 days, and we don't want that. What we want is for the participation by the public to be constant during the 2 years that we hold this for the preparation of the COP. And in that way, why we want to eliminate this? Well, it is because we subsequently will make a specific proposal where the essential stakeholders for participation during the 2 years are indeed the public. And we will later suggest that we create a specific working group for the public, based specifically on the essential stakeholders that are social organizations and indigenous peoples. And so it is in that understanding. It is not that they simply come here to work with us and we listen to their voice during 3 days. That is not the idea behind this Escazú Agreement. This Escazú Agreement, as mentioned by Mexico, was created as a result of the voice of civil society, of indigenous peoples, and therefore it cannot be that we sit here to listen to them only for 3 days during the COP. We want for their work to be permanent, and to be permanent during the 2 years that we prepare for the COP, that we listen to them there via that working group that we are suggesting, that we are able to listen to them, and that work which is developed is something that we do that. The idea is not to only include them here for 3 days. So perhaps we're not making ourselves clearly understood, and that is why we asked for us to perhaps sit down, talk about this, and reach an agreement which is a result of a greater consensus. This is also a red line for us. Perhaps we haven't explained it well, but it is a red line for us, and we would like perhaps to discuss this in greater depth. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. Perhaps what we would have to do is to request that rather than referring to the text, to the extent that there is a lot of interest in the sense because everyone mentions that the participation of the public is something that is mentioned by all delegates, by all delegations. Perhaps we could find a way so as not to alter the texts that are being proposed, because at the end of the day, we all seek the same objective. The text that is proposed does not deny what you're saying. On the contrary, it is one additional element for the participation of the public. But as I say, it would be, I think, more interesting to find agreements in the interest of all delegations and not strictly trying to modify the text in detail. Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would suggest that we could move ahead with the text, that we could perhaps submit a text. Perhaps we could discuss with Bolivia how the presiding officers have worked how with the public and with the members of the presiding officers, we have moved ahead as a working group. And so maybe we could explain that and move forward with this text without focusing exclusively on this discussion so that we can make progress. Yes, thank you, Mexico. I believe that your proposal is very relevant. In fact, I feel that we have made progress with regards to several aspects of the text, and the proposals have been fine-tuned and agreed on, and we have just left a few things out, as is the case of paragraph 7. Let's see. Does Panama want to speak? Yes, thank you, Chair. Panama supports the view of Mexico in terms of sitting down and explaining to the delegation of Bolivia to explain this issue to the delegation of Bolivia in order to clarify the idea behind paragraph 7. Thank you, Panama. I have two other requests. Carmen from Climatic Action.
Muy buenos días. Gracias por la palabra.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Capriles. I am from Bolivia, and I will speak on behalf of Amigos de Escazú in Bolivia, which is a network that brings together more than 40 societies of Bolivian civil society, including indigenous peoples. In Bolivia, we have worked with Principle 10 as from the new political constitution that was passed in 2009, and which includes the 3 rights of access, information, to participation, and to environmental justice, and the issue of biodiversity defenders. We have worked for more than 15 years of continuous work and with a continuous dialogue with different stakeholders within government in order to make progress along these rights of access within our country. However, over the past few years, we have evidenced how there are increasingly less spaces for civil society, and during the transition government that has closed down completely. But we hope that those spaces will open up once again. And I repeat, after 15 years of continuous work with Principle 10 and involving all the different negotiations of the Escazú Agreement, I believe that we have earned our right to be present among the presiding officers. Thank you very much. Let's see, we have another representative from the public. Please identify yourself, and you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Honorable representatives of states. Dear Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity, and likewise representatives of the public who have conducted very good work, and thank you for allowing me to speak here. Perhaps you're all surprised because it's the first time that you're listening to a representative of an indigenous people in a meeting of this nature, and I would like to refer to this point, but for that reason I would like to touch your hearts. We all know the history of Latin America, and the Caribbean, and especially when it comes to indigenous peoples who for more than 530 years are struggling in our own territories so that we can guarantee the rights of indigenous peoples. And that struggle has cost us and is presently costing us our lives. And data at a global level evidence that every 2 days an indigenous defender, especially in the Amazon basin, in the 9 countries of the Amazon basin, are assassinated because they defend their territories, where more than 82% of the best conserved biodiversity of the planet is placed in those indigenous territories. And that has not been free of charge because it has cost us lives, persecution, and murders. And that is why we're here, to touch your hearts so that we can build a Latin America and a Caribbean which is the size of our dreams, where we may all fit and where indigenous peoples are able to contribute to that idea. We cannot simply be data, statistics, and pieces of news. And for that purpose, it is important that we build this space, and we salute, we greet the Escazú Agreement. We feel that we are represented here because that gives us right to information, access to information, and environmental justice. But indigenous peoples have no option. We don't have an alternative to say that we are environmentalists, ecologists, or defenders of the environment. Indigenous peoples defend life, our home, our territories, and our environment ever since we are born. And in that sense, the Escazú Agreement without the participation of indigenous peoples would make no sense. And for that reason, we have not seen today a mechanism to guarantee the participation of indigenous peoples in these discussions so that they can bring their realities, their thoughts, their voices, their realities to these meetings. And in that sense, I would like to also greet the countries that support that we maintain Article 7. And instead of that, add that in the public, there be the participation of indigenous peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean and local communities that are, so that they feel that they are represented and so that we may have a voice. We know that we will not have a vote, but at least we will be able to express ourselves, because yesterday, whilst we participated in a press conference, as from here to international media, a brother of ours has been assassinated, a brother of Guimaraes, who is the president of the indigenous peoples of the Peruvian Amazon area. And if indigenous peoples are not here, if indigenous peoples don't have that space, those news will not be present in these meetings so that states can make a decision. And in that sense, honorable representatives, I would like to invite you all that we add to this article that the participation of a representative from indigenous people so that we can build us from that diversity, because the public is not something homogeneous. The public is diverse, as is our continent, Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll offer the floor to two more people before we have a break. Bolivia, you have the floor.
Yes, President. Thank you, Chair. I would like to clarify that we do coincide with the concerns expressed by the civil society and the indigenous people in full. We are working towards a certain inclusion, concrete inclusion of society and indigenous people in these spaces, not just figuratively, but that they may be part with the appropriate ability to decide. What we have felt in the room is that there is a lack of understanding of our proposal, perhaps because it is the first part. We have another proposal on the new article regarding the functions of the presiding officers, and that may clarify this further. But to continue ahead, we agree on the need to leave this in brackets and meet again later on to be able to talk about the content of paragraph 7 of this article. And so we could continue presenting our proposal for the new article after 7. No, she corrects herself, after 8, and that would explain in further detail the functions of the presiding officers. Would you allow me to present this text now? Yes? Right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I have a request by Nicaragua. It is online, and we'll see if we can hear their intervention. Hello, good morning, Chair. Can you hear us? Yes, we hear you well. Go ahead. Yes, Chair. First of all, good morning, everyone. Brothers and sisters there, we thank the Secretariat for all efforts made for this COP1 of the Escazú Agreement. First, We join the comments and reflections expressed by Bolivia and also our indigenous brother who intervened recently. Nicaragua does support the position, and we would like to reaffirm that from our viewpoint, participation is for everyone, not just sectors, specific sectors of the civil society, all people, and especially those segments of the population that are more exposed to the impacts of environmental degradation and the also affected by the social and environmental effects. And so we would like to have a greater balance in how the interventions are being managed. We believe that the member delegates should be treated equally, same as other countries, and we should, in the same way that you listen to other countries, we must hear also what Bolivia is saying, and they've been very specific with regard to the Escazú Agreement. Thank you, Nicaragua. And so now we're going to break for coffee, leaving paragraph 7 pending. If you agree, we would ask a small group of countries to work on this point. I recognize the case of Mexico, Bolivia, perhaps Chile may be interested in joining this very small group so that attended also by Marcos Orellana or other countries that may be interested, so that during the morning they may shed further views on the paragraph. And so we would now break for coffee. Could we leave that for later? Yes, I thank you. The public, St. Lucia? Yes, we would like, well, aside from what I was going to say, we would also like to be part of this working group to facilitate the meeting. Thank you. I thank the representative of the public, St. Lucia.
This was just indicating that you would like to be part of the small group that you just mentioned. Thank you.
Gracias, Santa Lucía también.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I believe that could be an effective way to resolve this. And so let's now break for coffee, 15 minutes, and we meet back here just after 11. Thank you.
Les agradezco a todos que tomen
Please
para retomar las actividades
have a seat so that we can resume our activities,
nuestros trabajos de la mañana.
so that we can resume this morning's work.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Simplemente a modo de conclusión,
Simply as a sort of summary or conclusion of what was discussed before the break,
quisiera señalar
I would like
dejar a salvo la
to point out so that we can deal with Mexico's concern that the Secretariat will conduct editorial work in order to analyze all the aspects related to the most appropriate language in Spanish. We have also consulted the editorial part because of the concern mentioned by Marcos Orellana. The whole text will refer and will refer to the agenda so that we can review everything. Now, the other points of Article 7, except for paragraph 7, that we hope, or we look forward to the good work that will be done by the group that was established. Well, with regards to the other subparagraphs have all been dealt with, and therefore we can move on to Article 8, subsidiary bodies. I'd like to open up the floor with regards Article 8. Argentina. Yes, thank you, Chair. In this article, I would just like to refer to the proposal that we had submitted beforehand with regards equitable instead of gender approach to ensure an adequate geographical representation of the parties and gender equity. Gender equity is much better than approach, I believe. In Bolivia? Yes, thank you, Chair. Here in Article 8 on subsidiary bodies, our proposal is that we do not include in detail the functions of the subsidiary bodies, because that will be defined later on when we create those subsidiary bodies. And in that sense, we would prefer that paragraphs, subparagraphs 3, 4, or paragraphs 3, 4, and 5 not to be included in this text, not yet, that they be up to the decision of subsidiary bodies once they are created. Let's see, just to clarify this, I would like to point out that this chapter does not refer to the functions of subsidiary bodies. This article establishes the rules of procedure for the conference of the parties when they establish or create subsidiary bodies. And thus, clearly, as you will say, the functions, objectives, the composition, and all the other elements of subsidiary bodies will form part of the resolutions that are adopted. But what we do seek to establish in these rules of procedures is how the conference of the parties will proceed in order to decide the creation of some of those bodies. Bolivia. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes. With this clarification, we could withdraw our proposal so that we can continue to make progress with the document. Thank you. Yes, the interpretation of articles is one of the important aspects. So we'll move on now to Article 9 and Article 10, Secretariat and conduct of business. If you have comments about Articles 9 or 10, please express those concerns or comments now. Chile, you have the floor. And after that, Bolivia. Thank you very much. And please excuse me for going back to subsidiary bodies. We'd just like to ask something, someone to clarify this. When we talk about subsidiary bodies, we refer to the faculties that the Conference of the Parties has to create those subsidiary bodies. And the text of the agreement creates a subsidiary bodies, which is the Compliance and Support Committee, which has its own rules, and therefore, and that's why I feel that that is not covered by this article. However, the question that I want to ask is that subsidiary bodies created by the conference will be comprised of the parties themselves. They will not have the format of a committee, but they will be comprised of the parties themselves. And in that sense, and this is a clarification that I would like to ask, and the other one is that as a result of what I just mentioned in point 3 of this article, when it says that the Conference of the Parties shall determine the matters to be considered by each body, I ask myself whether we are not creating an additional stage in the procedure, which might not be necessary. Once the subsidiary body is created, the body itself will establish its matters to be considered, its agenda, and that doesn't have to be submitted to the consideration of COP, because that will be a sort of double approval of the agenda in the subsidiary body, and subsequently a consideration of this agenda by the Conference of the Parties. I would just like to mention this as a question or as a request for clarification. Thank you, Chile. I don't know if I can answer this or whether the Secretariat can help us, but clearly the issue of integration is, as you say, and COP can decide in this sense. I understand that at least in Spanish, there may be a difficulty in terms of interpretation of what you say in paragraph 3. That was not the spirit. The spirit was not to create a mechanism subject to a double approval process. And the order of the day of the work of each subsidiary body should go through COP first. No, paragraph 3 sought to refer to the competencies or the missions assigned to the subsidiary body. Perhaps we could analyze with the Secretariat a term that, at least in Spanish, is aligned with what you mentioned and prevents an interpretation in the sense that it requires a double approval. Thank you for your comment. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you. We were also confused in the same way as was mentioned by the Chilean delegate. So we would certainly welcome a clarification by the Secretariat. Now, since we're looking at paragraphs 9 and 10, and we had also prepared a paragraph which could clarify things so that we could be clear on this after paragraph 5 of Article 10, that would say the chair or vice president or acting chair should summon ordinary and extraordinary meetings of the presiding officers, which should be coordinated with its members in advance. This is the idea of including a paragraph of that nature, was simply to clarify that that possibility could also arise. Let's see, Bolivia, you are suggesting a paragraph between paragraphs 5 and 6, a new paragraph which substitutes paragraph 6. No, we don't have. So you want to add a new paragraph, which would be paragraph 6. And could you repeat the wording? The chair, the vice chair, or whoever substitutes the chair shall summon ordinary and extraordinary meetings of the presiding officers that should be coordinated with its members in advance. or that should previously be coordinated with its members.
Gracias, Bolivia.
Thank you, Bolivia.
¿Algún otro comentario relativo
Any other comments regarding Articles 9 and 10?
en ese caso? Le pediría
Well, in that case, I would like to ask the Secretariat to,
una propuesta para el
if they already have a proposal for paragraph 3 of Article 8. Yes, perhaps we could say the conference of the parties, they shall determine the terms of reference of each subsidiary body.
No veo reacciones sobre esto.
I don't see any reactions. Chile seems to be in agreement with that. We thank everyone. Okay, if there are no more comments about Articles 9 and 10,
Entonces pasaríamos
we will move on to Article 11,
de decisión
decision making.
y abro
And
piso
I open up the floor for whoever wants to express an opinion or comment. Bolivia, please excuse me for again going back to Article 10. Article 10 is quite long, and we do have other proposals in terms of the use of words. Paragraph 1, our proposal is the following. No one can make use of the floor in a session without a prior authorization of the chair offer the floor in the order in which it has been requested, prioritizing representatives of the parties, followed by observers and accredited or registered participants. Now, the objective of this proposal is to maintain the way in which we work in multilateral entities. And then in paragraph 2, we suggest paragraph 2.2, which says for the clarification of specific cases, we will offer the floor to the members of the support committee for the implementation and compliance of the agreement. This is a simplification of paragraph 2, which we believe is a little bit confusing, and therefore we suggest an additional paragraph which will be much more simple and direct. After that, in paragraphs 4 and 5, we believe that they would not be necessary because the spirit of the agreement is always to work in a consensus, and it will be a little bit contradictory to appeal to the decisions of the chair of the presiding officers, and therefore we believe that paragraphs 4 and 5 would not be necessary. In that along those same lines, paragraph 7 would also be unnecessary. That's all, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. And just for the sake of explanation, evidently, as occurs in most multilateral agreements around the environment, our idea is to act and to decide as a result of a consensus. However, the rules of procedure must foresee alternative situations in case that consensus is not achieved. And since I am not always going to be chair, I would be interested in challenging the decisions of the chair, in the sense that this is something that does not normally happen, but certainly rules of this type seek to have some type of guarantee mechanism for all parties. That is the idea behind these articles. The idea is not to substitute consensus with other mechanisms. I acknowledge Mexico and then Chile. Chile first. Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to refer to one of the proposals made by the Bolivian delegation. And as far as I understood it, we would alter this principle of the fact that the floor is offered in the order in which it was requested without distinction of states or the public. And here, I believe it's worthwhile reminding ourselves that this process adhered to that rule from the very beginning. And in fact, it has been recognized at a regional and international level, in the sense that this has been a contribution, especially when we talk about access rights. And I also believe that the practice of enforcing that rule has been tremendously successful. And therefore, it would seem to be counterintuitive, so to speak, to reformulate that part of paragraph 1 related to the use of the floor. And as I mentioned in a previous intervention, the Escazú Agreement itself establishes as one of its principles the principle of non-regression. And therefore, if we consider that this provision represents a progress, we cannot undermine the standards in terms of the use of the floor. And the second point, and I would here like to refer to paragraph 6, and I would like to here mention that statements such as normally or statements such as a general rule that seem to be somewhat imprecise when we are talking of a faculty or when we are describing a procedure. And we fully share what the chair has just said, that this is in exceptional circumstances when we cannot reach a consensus, or whenever one party wishes to challenge a decision by the chair and so on. These exceptional rules perhaps should be much clearer in terms of describing that procedure. And therefore, we are surprised by the use of these statements such as a general rule and so on, or normally. So what is normal? What is the exception to that general rule? Perhaps the suggestion would be to use a much more taxative type of language to describe that type of procedure. Thank you, Chile. Mexico? Thank you, Chair. I asked Chile to speak first because they had raised their hand first, and that represents Mexico's spirit in the sense that we have to maintain that paragraph. We understand that the rules in other conventions are different, but the Escazú Agreement has been innovating, and it has been innovating in many senses. It is the first one that contains binding aspects for the protection of environmental defenders. It is the first one that contains a mechanism for the participation of the public, and this is also innovating. And I believe that this has been a very fruitful practice that enriches the dialogue. And parties tend to be repetitive, and we listen to ourselves repeating things over and over again. And I believe that this is an opportunity to offer the floor to the public and to offer the floor to observers enriches this dialogue, enriches our discussions. And indeed, as Chile mentioned, we have a principle of non-regression, and this has been fruitful. This has been positive. It has had good results, and we believe it's important to maintain that. Now, with regards to the text clarifications, we would certainly all like to believe that everything is going to be fluid, that we're not going to have any objections. But part of the rules is to foresee every possible scenario. And therefore, we believe it's important to clarify what happens in these cases when there is an when a country presents an objection. I hadn't thought of our language in terms of normally or as a general rule and that type of term. And listening to what Chile has said, I believe it's adequate to eliminate that type of terminology because it could make our existence complex in the future. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mexico. The representative of the public is recognized. Good morning, Chair and everyone. Natalia Gomez, representative of the public. First of all, we would like to thank Chile and Mexico for their interventions, highlighting the relevance of the principle of non-regression as one of the base principles of the Escazú Agreement, but also the principle of ensuring the significant participation of the public. And for us, this Article 1, in terms of the statements, is very relevant because same as Mexico has said, as well as Chile, it allows the public to speak when we ask for the floor. We have this morning witnessed how the public has made several interventions in order and how we ask for the floor. And this means that the voice of the public and the voice of the indigenous people may be heard. As my colleague Andres said this morning, Escazú has been recognized internationally, not only on account of the very relevant standards achieved by countries in terms of access to information, participation, justice, protection of defenders, but also the way in that it was negotiated. It has created a very important standard in terms of hearing the voice of the public. And to keep that standard, what we need is that this article be kept and that this very good practice that we have built among states, parties, negotiators, and also the public may stand and that we may continue to request the floor in the order that we requested. Thank you. I thank the representatives of the public. The expert Marcos Orellana has now asked for the floor. Yes, thank you, Chair. Echoing what has been said in terms of how the modalities for participation by the public and the use of the floor in the order this was requested has led to very active dialogue, and that in turn has led to a very robust agreement, a true dialogue, not of packaged messages, but participation, nominal participation, where we see at certain international forums that at the end, these interventions are not heard. Having said that, neither do I understand that the spirit of these provisions are to establish a straitjacket, but rather allow the chair to conduct the meeting in order to meet the objectives of the meeting. And that is precisely what is established under numeral 2 in the same section, where there is mentioned that the chair may give preference to the parties and the elected representatives of the public, among others, and that this allows strengthening the role of the chair. And I believe that this addresses the concern expressed by Bolivia and also allows attainment of the purposes of the meeting. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Marcus. I will now recognize the Secretariat for certain clarifications of the text. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that regardless of how paragraph 1 is actually worded, there is one part that should be removed because the change of public has changed at the start of the discussion this morning. And so therefore, when it refers to a person of the public, natural or legal person or community organization, that would not be necessary because the definition of public at the start already determines or defines who the public is. And so therefore that would have to be removed. As to the paragraph proposed by Bolivia on giving the floor to the members of the Committee for Support and Compliance, any COP subsidiary may be convened by the COP at any time to support it. And so it's not that the committee is designed for specific cases that are discussed in particular at the COP. That would not be necessary, but they could be invited to do so at any time. It is in 2. Thank you, Secretariat. Bolivia is recognized. Thank you. We've attentively heard all interventions. And as to paragraph 1 of the statements, we're not going to insist on this in order to aid consensus. This is not a matter, it is merely a matter of the appearance, nothing else. Then along the same lines as other delegations mentioned, maybe it would be necessary to revise the language used for this to be clearer. Bolivia does stand in that our way of working is by consensus, and we've learned this from the indigenous people. We always prefer to work with consensus, and this is the only pathway. We do not want to include votes or anything like that, but neither does it affect it if it is there, if you want to keep it there. But Bolivia does maintain its position in that the preference is absolute. We always prefer to work by consensus. And this is the case here. We agree that these are matters just of the format, the appearance, and we can accept Article 10 without further complication. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you, Bolivia. I believe there is agreement on this article, and so we can continue with the next. And so we will move on to consider Article 11, decision making. And I will open up for you to make your request for the floor. It's so good that we can make a quick decision on decision making. Bolivia, yes. Yes. We had proposed removing several paragraphs in the previous one and also decision making, because now within the framework of what we prefer to work by consensus, that is always our way of working by consensus. But we will not get into discussions now. It does not affect us if it stands as it is at the moment, but we want to make it clear that Bolivia's position is always to try and work by consensus. That is the clarification I wanted to make. Well, thank you very much, Bolivia. And of course, I discard that the spirit be any other. So we may continue on that basis. And so if there are no comments on Article 11, decision making, we would consider the Articles 12 and 13, 12 elections, and 13 languages, documents, and reports. Observations or comments to Articles 12 and 13? Please make your requests now. I see no requests, and so, sorry, Argentina? Yes. Sorry, it's not in the spirit of obstructing the speed at which we're moving ahead, but we did have some doubts, and so we would really ask for clarification. Or rather, paragraph 4 of Article 12, that reads, when two or more elective places are to be filled at one time under the same conditions, those candidates not exceeding the number of such places obtaining in the first ballot the largest number of votes and a majority of the votes cast by the parties present and voting shall be deemed elected. And what we've been asked for is for this to be written in a clearer way, because this could give rise to various interpretations, and we would not like that to happen in future. Thank you, Argentina. Well, why say it easily and straightforwardly if you couldn't say it in a complicated manner? Well, maybe we could work later on a proposal with you. Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Yes, because the spirit, the content of the rule stands. Yes, yes, but it has to be written more clearly, more straightforward, so that there is no doubt about it. Thank you. And so we will move on to consider Article 14, public participation. Any comments on this article? Panama, you have the floor. 13 languages, documents and reports. Article 13. Regarding interpretation, we had a proposal for a friendlier wording because when this is read, I believe she means in Spanish, at least our first impression, we believe this could be improved. Let me read our proposal. There will be simultaneous interpretation for the speeches made in the languages recognized for this particular agreement, instead of how it stands today in that line. Thank you, Panama. I would thank you if you could please send your proposed wording to the Secretariat so that we may consider it. As, at first glance, we have no objection. Yes, the wording as it stands, thing is that when there are two official languages, when one speaks in Spanish, the interpretation is into English and vice versa. And so Panama's proposal is that the interpretation be in the two official languages. That's it. And so we will return to Article 14, public participation. The floor is open for your consideration. Olivia. Thank you, Chair. We are requesting that Article 14, public participation, should be left pending until after the revision of the proposal that we will be making on the committee, and where we have a proposal for active participation by the public. And so then we would like to return to see this. So I would request that the article public participation be left in brackets until we see the bit on the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. Panama, did you want to take the floor? No. Okay. Well, we could proceed as requested by Bolivia if there are no objections. Very well. Yes, it is clear. It is clear that Bolivia is referring to the resolution by the committee. That is, postponing this until after considering the resolution, the draft resolution that we're going to see this afternoon. Well, thank you all very much. And so we will move on to Articles 15, 16, 17, and 18, the final articles. If there are any comments or observations to these 4 articles. I see no requests in this regard. And so, with the observations still pending that we've identified, we would hereby end our review of this draft decision and will resume its review at another point in the meeting to strictly and exclusively analyze the points still pending that we've already agreed to postpone. We have a request by Nicaragua that's online. Yes.
Nicaragua, creo que no nos.
Nicaragua, it seems that you are not listening to us. Can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. Yes, thank you, Chair. Initially, I said that perhaps please check the chats because we have been asking for the floor since Article 11. I believe that we have the same. We are the same if we operate virtually, if we are country representatives, and I would like to refer to the logic of the consensus. In our viewpoint, consensus must be the only way to make decisions. And what we must have is mechanisms to seek a consensus and not to substitute a scenario of lack of consensus. That is not very helpful. What would be helpful is to have mechanisms so that we can reach that consensus. And I believe that that would be the most constructive spirit to reach agreements. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Nicaragua. When you ask for the floor, please raise your hand electronically. That is the most appropriate mechanism so that we can identify your intentions on the screen. We don't necessarily have access to the chat in such an effective fashion. Thank you. In order to conclude, let's see, Bolivia has asked for the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to intervene about to say, with regards to what Nicaragua has mentioned, this is something that we have also brought to this meeting. It's important to emphasize that we must only reach agreements as a result of a consensus, but I understand the concern by Mexico in the sense that there may be exceptions and we have to foresee that, but we must foresee those as exceptions. We must find mechanisms to reach a consensus and not to say that we immediately have the alternative of a vote. We must talk about the consensus basically and find mechanisms to reach a consensus. So we would like that to be reflected, that the way to reach agreements is only by consensus. Well, that implies a change with regards to what we had previously discussed. And we are not fully analyzing the text because the text has as a principle and as a first provision, first, that we will act in accordance with what is established by the agreement. But it also adds that parties will do everything possible to reach an agreement via consensus. Now, that short phrase is tremendously powerful. And indeed, the spirit that you express is reflected in the text itself. because a consensus is established in an initial paragraph in the agreement. After that, alternative mechanisms to reach an agreement require greater specificity. Indeed, because they are exceptions, and we could not eliminate that because the agreement itself establishes the mechanism of the vote as any international treaty. And so what we're doing is to refer to the text, mentioning as an essential element and as a primary element, and not only to comply with the provisions of the agreement, but also to do that in through consensus. In that way, we do not distance ourselves from the rule, the main rule, but it highlights the spirit that permanently throughout the whole process has formed part of the spirit and the concrete expression of all the parties that have intervened so far. Now, this would enable us to close these articles. Otherwise, we would have to go back to each one of them. I'll offer the floor to the public, and after that, we will go back to this aspect. Thank you, Chair. I don't know whether I'm somewhat mistaken, but I would like to know exactly how we are going to proceed with the articles and with the paragraphs that have been placed in brackets. We're talking of Article 14 that talks about the participation of the public, which is also linked with what was left for the other working group. Could you explain specifically how we will be dealing with those pending issues? We thank the representative of the public, and I'll immediately offer the floor to the Secretariat so that they can read out a list of the articles and the concrete paragraphs. But from my notes, I can say that we have found different alternatives. I am concerned that Andres is not clear on this. If he's not clear on this, I'll probably be confused. I'm probably going to be confused as well. But in terms of paragraph 7, we have asked a small group for its collaboration so that we can obtain a text promptly from them. There is also an article that Argentina asked us to put in brackets because of an issue with the wording, and Argentina will facilitate text without changing the purpose of the article. I seem to remember that it was paragraph 4 of Article 12. And finally, Bolivia has asked to leave Article 14 pending completely, which involves the participation of the public, because Bolivia had announced that we delete that. But in terms of moving ahead with the work, they have asked that to be placed in brackets until we are able to consider this afternoon the other draft decision related to the Committee on Application and Compliance. I don't know what the link will be between those two, but Bolivia has announced that there is a link there, and nobody here was against that procedure. I understand that those are the three aspects, and I would like to thank the Secretariat, whether they can ratify or amend that, what I have just said. Yes, indeed, we confirm that those are the three pending issues, and the redrafting of the paragraph on interpretation that will be provided to us by Panama. Okay, thank you for that. Bolivia, do you want to speak? You have the floor. Thank you, Chair. No, what we would also request is whether you could also put in paragraph, in brackets, this paragraph that refers to consensus in order to check the wording, the drafting, just for that purpose. Thank you, Chair. Okay, I submit to the consideration of all of you this proposal. I thought that the analysis had already concluded. Mexico. Thank you, Chair. Yes, we had understood that that was not placed in brackets, and we understood that in order to make progress, as you mentioned, the idea was first of all to make all efforts to reach a consensus. And I would like to quote here the ex-Minister of Foreign Affairs, Espinosa, who is the present Executive Secretary of the United Nations Commission for Climate Change, in the sense that a consensus does not necessarily mean unanimity. Thank you, Mexico. Any other comments?
Les propongo proceder de la siguiente manera con
Okay, I suggest that we move ahead in the following fashion with regards to the article that Lydia wants to place in brackets. Obviously, there may always be improvements in the wording of the paragraph. And we must take into consideration that what we try to do is to approve this complying with the mandate of the agreement. But this does not mean that this will be eternal and definitive. In other words, at any moment, the conference of the parties can reopen the analysis of these texts. And I have no doubt that an improvement process and a process of practical application will lead us in the future to revisit them. So I would suggest to Bolivia that if they have a detail, a minimum detail to improve the drafting, of course, that would be welcome. But I believe it would be very difficult at this given point to alter the text in more substantive aspects. And with that spirit, the chair would thank Bolivia and the other delegations to operate with that spirit, so that on this occasion we could expedite a decision. Yes, Chair, we will submit an improved drafting so that document is enriched and also reflecting the concern expressed by Nicaragua. Thank you, Chair. Okay, thank you, Bolivia. I hope that we can be successful with that. Now I'd like to offer to the Secretariat so that they can share some general information with us before we conclude the meeting. I would like to ask parties who have not yet provided us with the credentials in a physical fashion to send us that as soon as possible. Some parties haven't yet done that, so that by the end of tomorrow we can have a final recount of the credentials. To date, we have practically half the credentials physically, and we are awaiting for the other half. Okay, we thank the Secretariat, and with this we are concluding this session. And of course, those that have to work and produce things for everyone can do this during a longer lunchtime. So we will resume at 1400 hours, trying to be very precise with timekeeping. 2 o'clock sharp then.
Recording stopped.
A ver si te gusta.
Por ejemplo, Argentina y
Muy
México.
bien.
Sacan el 15 cada uno y el resto no llegan al 15, quedan Argentina y México. Y resulta que...
Hago como que.
No le gusta.
Pero siempre salgo mal cuando hablo. A ver.
Pero no tienes el quórum de estos. No tienes la representatividad mayoritaria.
Sacarle desde acá, porque te podés sacar a ella la pantalla.
Ah, bueno, ese es otro formato.
Ah, porque.
Ese es otro formato. Por favor, vayan tomando asiento.
Please have a seat.
Recording in progress.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will resume our activities of today's session. Before we begin to discuss this point in the agenda that refers to the decision on the rules relating to the structure and functions of the Committee to support the implementation and compliance with the agreement, I would like to inform that we have received from Argentina, and we certainly thank Argentina for the text that they promised to submit to us about Article 14, if I'm not mistaken. I am not certain whether we have received anything from Panama. Yes, likewise, we have received a proposal from Panama. Thank you very much. We thank you for that. And I would like to ask Bolivia and Mexico if you want to report something about the brackets. I don't want to discuss that issue, but simply know how you are faring with that. Bolivia. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I would like to say that as we mentioned this morning, we will begin to work on this issue once we present our proposal this afternoon, because once we present our proposal, we will link that to the pending issue in paragraph 7. Thank you, Bolivia. Okay, so I would like to invite you to pay attention to the draft decision 3 and its annex in the document LC /VDR-2, which has the revised rules relating to the structural functions of the committee to support implementation and compliance with the agreement. As you well know, Article 18 of the Escazú Agreement establishes a committee to support implementation and compliance as a subsidiary body of the Conference of the Parties to promote the implementation and to support parties in the implementation of the agreement. As stipulated in paragraph 1, its composition and functioning will be established by the Conference of the Parties during the first meeting. Paragraph 2 of Article 18 establishes certain characteristics of the committee by saying that it will be a consultative committee, transparent, non-contentious, non-judiciary, non-punitive, in order to examine the compliance with the provisions of this agreement and to make recommendations in accordance with the rules of procedure established by the Conference of the Parties, ensuring significant participation by the public and also considering the capacities and the national capacities and circumstances of each party. As we know, this is another issue that we have discussed at length over the past 3 years. In the first meeting of signatory countries, we discussed several models and practices of both multilateral environmental agreements and also of the human rights system. And likewise, the experience of the committee for the compliance of the Aarhus Convention. In 2020, we held 2 virtual meetings to discuss this issue on April 29th and on June 23rd of that year. During the second meeting of signatory countries, we saw a proposal of key elements to be taken into consideration in order to draft the composition rules and the way in which it was to function, this committee for implementation and compliance. And we established a working group, including St. Lucia, Panama, and Uruguay. And at that time, they had a 3-month period to receive comments from all parties, and the coordinators of this working group developed these key aspects in a draft rules, which were discussed on the 21st of October 2021, and they then defined an additional month for further comments. A new revised version was presented in the pre-COP meeting held last March 4th. As a result of all these discussions, the coordinators prepared a new version, which is the one that you have, and that is why it is called a revised version. In order to explain this new proposal, I would like to again ask the St. Lucia representation to deliver a presentation, and for that purpose, I would like to offer the floor to the legal department of the Sustainable Development Department, our friend Kate Wilson from St. Lucia. Kate, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As you rightfully said, the working group has been working steadfastly, and the latest that we met was on the 4th of March of this year when we held the pre-COP. So this version of the route has gone through a lot of modification, a lot of fine-tuning, but there are a few changes that we made to it. And in paragraph 1, purpose and nature, It reads at paragraph, section 1, purpose and nature, paragraph 2. The committee shall define its working modalities in accordance with the rules relating to the structure and functions of the committee. Hereinafter, the rules which shall ensure the significant participation of the public as appropriate. And that change was done so that it is in keeping with the language of Article 18.2 of the Escazú Agreement. At part 2, structure and composition, paragraph 6, it reads, no more than one committee member may be of the same nationality. And that was proposed at the pre-COP, as I said, on March 4th, and there was no opposition to that proposition. At paragraph 7b, the presiding officers shall prepare a roster of up to 10 candidates for consideration by the COP. The presiding officers shall invite the elected representatives of the public to participate in the meeting and consult them regarding the roster prior to preparing the roster for consideration by the conference of parties. And that again was proposed at the pre-COP, and there was no opposition to that proposal. At paragraph 11C, any member of the committee elected to fill a vacancy shall hold office for the remainder of the term of the member who vacated the seat on the committee. Any member's mandate can be reviewed. And that was again as a result of the discussion at the pre-COP, and that was replaced. That highlighted paragraph there was, and that meaning any member's mandate can be renewed. At part 3, meetings and working methods of the committee, paragraph 17. The meetings of the committee shall be open to the public. However, the committee shall hold closed sessions when, and at subparagraph C, the committee decides to hold closed sessions to prevent risks and damage to the integrity and safety of persons or to the environment. So you can see and safety was highlighted, so that was important. In those cases, the committee shall provide the conclusions of the session as soon as possible. So safety, as I said, and safety was added as a result of the discussion that we last had at pre-COP, and the last sentence was suggested after a suggestion by Bolivia. That is, the committee shall provide the conclusions of the session as soon as possible. Bolivia suggested that, and that was incorporated. At paragraph 19, decisions of the committee shall be made by consensus. In the absence of consensus, decisions shall be reached by a majority of 2/3 of its members. The committee may take decisions virtually or electronically using appropriate technologies with the support of the Secretariat. Again, here we accepted Bolivia's suggestion of raising it to 2/3, and before the original suggestion was a half, and Bolivia proposed that it should be raised to 2/3, which was accepted. At part 4, functions of the committee, paragraph 29, subparagraph D. The committee shall examine cases of allegations of non-compliance in accordance with the present rules. So we deleted the and present its findings and recommendations to the party concerned, and that was done in order to harmonize the language as was suggested. We had similar changes in paragraphs 31, paragraphs 42, 40D, and 43D, and that was done to ensure consistency, and reference was made to measures as well as recommendations. At part 5, communications from the party concerned, another party or a member of the public. And at paragraph 23, the committee shall adopt protection measures in favor of the members of the public that file a communication, and the word when was included. From the information available, it considers that a situation of possible risk, attack, threat, or intimidation exists, and it shall seek consultation of the member of the public concerned prior to adopting such measures. And that last paragraph I just mentioned was added from the discussions that took place at pre-COP in March. Part 7, information and confidentiality. At paragraph 45, the committee shall call upon technical or legal experts, including academic centers or non-governmental bodies at its discretion. And that was the phrase internationally recognized was deleted with respect to non-governmental bodies. And finally, institutional arrangements at paragraph 11. At Part 11, paragraph 46, the Secretariat may provide guidance to the public and parties on procedures on and requirements for the admissibility of communications made to the committee. And that again was added as suggested by the parties at pre-COP. So these are the substantial changes that were made to the version of the rules that we fine-tuned on March the 4th of this month. So Mr. Chairman, back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Kate.
Thank you, Kate. Okay, in consequence, and as in the previous situation, we have decided that our deliberations
DBR-2, and so can we submit this to you for consideration? And I would ask that those of you who have comments may do so with the same characteristics followed or that we attempted to follow this morning. That is, paying attention to the process followed so far and trying to introduce changes that are considered to be fundamental in order to reach a decision at this meeting. And I would put forward that we have asked the Secretariat that matters related to the drafting and linked to the proposal by Mexico should also be reviewed in this document as editorial. And so same as if there is anything related to the agenda or in line with what we had provided for the previous draft. And so the floor is open for those who wish to make a comment on Article 1 of the draft. Bolivia has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Before getting into the detail of the text, as we had said this morning to the Chair, Bolivia has presented a draft, a different one, so that the rules on the composition and operation for implementation and compliance. So we understand that this has been done. We will ask our proposal to be distributed in the hall so that we may compare. At the same time, the head of the delegation of Bolivia will present the proposal by video conference. And so we will ask you to that he be enabled in order to hear the Bolivian presentation on this matter. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. I understand what you say. In fact, Bolivia did send in a comparative document, but the proposal made, I must put it to the hall or to the plenary for consideration. Because the text that we will be working on today is the one, is DBR-2. And so in any case, I will, the floor is open and there's a request by Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd like to express my deep thanks and appreciation to St. Lucia and the other persons who worked on this document. I have a problem though. Bolivia has made many suggestions, but they're all in Spanish. And I think there was sufficient time for those recommendations or proposals to be put in English so that I, as an English speaker, and the other English speaking persons in there could make a proper contribution and actually understand what all these amendments are. So I just want that to be known. I'm not very happy about the fact that I feel I'm being left out unfairly, and this is an agreement which is supposed to be inclusive. When Kate Wilson spoke, she spoke about the COP meeting on the 4th of March. And I think that would be sufficient time for Bolivia to present their proposals and recommendations in both languages. So I have a problem if I can't read the document and have time to think about it and work on it. I don't want to just hear about it and then have to make a snap decision. So those are my concerns, Mr. Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you, Antigua. We have a request by St. Lucia.
Mr. Chairman, I perfectly agree with my colleague here from Antigua and Barbuda, but I must say that I did get a copy of the proposal in English. I did not have time, of course. I was not told that I needed to distribute it. I assumed whoever was giving it would have given everybody else a copy, but I do have a copy I can share with Antigua and Barbuda if you need it, but somebody did drop a copy on my desk right here. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, how you want to proceed with that?
Gracias, Santa Lucía.
Thank you, St. Lucia. I understand your situation. It is not a translation coming from the presiding officers. Probably it is an unofficial translation. And as I say, the document right now, we do not have it translated. Mexico, please. Thank you, Chair. Yes. I follow these concerns. Even in Spanish, this document was barely circulated. It is a document that includes not one, but various insertions, totally new text, and that we believe changes totally the meaning of what the committee is. And so we do see this with great concern, having had a pre-COP time to discuss that area, and St. Lucia was already elaborating on a draft based on all the comments that were received, and we've been discussing this. And so I do see with great concern a proposal such as this one, which is totally new, and that we would not have in a, say, 3-hour meeting to be able to validate in full. And so I would ask the Secretariat as to guidance as to what would be the due process in this case. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. Bolivia. Yes, thank you. First of all, we thank you for the work done by the group of coordinators, St. Lucia, and the countries that took part in drafting this document. The intention is that we cannot make decisions hastily on an issue as important as the committee and the rules for procedure. So therefore, we think that we must take whatever time is necessary to hear all options. This is precisely a space for that, open to access information and look for consensus among all parties. And so what we're asking is that we be allowed to present the Bolivian proposal on this matter. And the Bolivian proposal has major inclusion of civil society organization and indigenous people. We are asking that not only it be in spaces, as I said this morning, to provide declarations and not that, but rather they be included in the decision-making process. And that is why we once again reiterate that we be allowed to present the Bolivian proposal, and then we see what decisions are made. But let's at least hear the Bolivian proposal, and then we see what happens. Thank you, Bolivia. Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want Bolivia to understand they need time for their considerations to be put forward. But the reverse is also the same. I need time to consider the proposals that you're putting forward. And my point is, as Mexico has said, this is given to us at very short notice. And you know, it puts us at a disadvantage. If you want time to put your arguments forward, we must be given time to consider them to see if we agree with them or not. And I'm not going to be making any snap decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Without proper consideration. I will not be making snap decisions without proper consideration. You've taken the time to go through the document and come up with your proposals, and I think it's only fair that if you had these concerns, maybe they could have been circulated before the meeting so that, I don't know for the others, I could have had time to consider them and make a fruitful input. And I'm sure members of the public feel the same way. Thank you.
Santa Lucia.
Saint Lucia.
Chairman. Mr. Chairman, again, I agree with my colleague from Antigua and Barbuda. You know that we had a working group which was initiated by Panama, St. Lucia, Uruguay. And it tremendous amount of, not only remember that we are working in 2 languages, so we were working in both English and Spanish. So we had to ensure that whatever changes were made had to be in sync to ensure that the words that we use in English were compatible with the words that we substituted in Spanish. So it took a tremendous amount of time and fine tuning for us to get where we're at. And I think Bolivia should have at least given us some indication as to whether if they were unhappy with what we have, because this, when you look at this, and I barely had time to look at the English version before I went off to a side event, and the proposals are entirely different from the original proposals. So I quite agree with Antigua and Mexico that we need time to consider this. And because it's not just a 5-minute deal. We need to look at those proposals and we need to consider it seriously, because this is a very important committee we are talking about. We are talking about the committee to support compliance and implementation, one of the most important subsidiary bodies of this COP. So I don't think we need to be rushed. We should not be rushed. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you, Saint Lucia. Argentina has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I would like to support what has been said by my colleague from Mexico. This is a novel proposal, a surprising proposal, a proposal that truly we've not yet approved the rules of procedure, but a new proposal should, of course, be distributed up front in the 2 official languages. And that is the agreement. We, in the first session of the meeting of the agreement, we supported and agreed by consensus on the agenda that included these documents with their IDs. And if at the time there were a concern or a different proposal that is totally or substantively different to the existing one, as is this proposal by Bolivia, I think that would have been the time to at least warn the meeting that there was going to be an important or a relevant proposal and that we will need further reflection on this. I understand that all states, parties have a right to put forward our position. However, I do understand that this is a process of negotiation and where the parties, but not only the parties, but the signatory states agreed to move ahead, giving a message of strength under the agreement, and situations such as this one do no more than hinder the process. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Saint Kitts and Nevis.
Mr. Chair, Saint Kitts and Nevis will also just want to support what was said by my colleagues from the Caribbean. Also the comments made by Mexico and recently by Argentina, because we strongly do feel that if insurgent as huge as what we are seeing here from Bolivia is to be debated in this conference, I think we too should have received some form of a copy of that document, because I'm assuming that it was translated in Spanish weeks before, or a time before, where the Spanish delegates would have had time to actually review this. So for us, we feel like even our Caribbean delegation would have needed time, even those who are not here sitting at the meeting would have needed time to see what has been proposed by Bolivia in order for us to make our comments based on what they're proposing today. And the time frame to accept a document this huge, I think there's no need for us to rush with that document.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We would now like to offer the floor to the representative of the public. Thank you, Chair. Natalia Gomez, a representative of the public. As mentioned by several of the delegates, the representatives of the public cannot gain access to this proposal that we only received this morning, and the proposal that has been worked by St. Lucia, Panama, and Uruguay is a proposal that we have worked in a very participative manner over the past 3 years, involving the enormous possibilities to present comments both by parties, signatories, and the representatives of the public and the public in general. We believe that this has been a very important process and participative process where we have reflected the principle of Escazú of the significant participation of the public, and therefore we are highly concerned with a new proposal that we have not received, we have not analyzed, and that the public in general does not know, because we only received a copy here this morning. And what this would mean is that we are annulling the significant participation of the public and transparency, because we have had no time to get to know the proposal or to make comments. So we would like to rescue, in any case, the revised draft presented by St. Lucia, Uruguay, Panama, and Costa Rica, because we feel that that is a proposal that reflects the principles of the Escazú Agreement. And as mentioned by the delegate from St. Lucia, the support committee for the implementation and compliance is a fundamental entity in order to ensure the adequate implementation of the agreement. We would just like to remind you of that. Thank you very much. We thank the representative from the public. Now we have Panama and Bolivia. Panama, please. Thank you, Chair. One of the positive comments, as mentioned by the colleagues from Mexico, St. Lucia, and some other countries, is that Panama was one of the countries that led this process. We are highly concerned with the intention by the government of Bolivia to promote a counter-proposal to what we have been working on with tremendous effort. All these countries that have brought together the guidelines established from the very beginning for the countries that have been working on this agreement. Thank you, Panama. Bolivia first, and then St. Lucia. Thank you very much. We coincide with the English-speaking countries in terms of the problem that implicit in receiving a document that has not been translated and that you're only just receiving. We understand that perfectly well. But we also agree with the fact that we cannot rush into important decisions such as this one. It's important to listen to all the parties of the agreement. And we have explained the reasons of why we are presenting this now. We have not had the opportunity of working with all of you because we were under a de facto government on one hand. On the other hand, when we began to work with the issues of the Escazú Agreement, we have a different way of working. We work from bottom up, and therefore we began to establish a consensus with our grassroots, with the proposals coming from the grassroots, and after that we design the proposal at a government level. That is the way in which we work, and that is the reason why this takes time. It's not something that we do overnight. It's not something that we decide in an office within four walls. So this is something that is defined from bottom up in civil society, and that is why this proposal combines that the important position of civil society when it comes to decision making. And once again, it is important to highlight the spirit of the Escazú Agreement, access to information. I reiterate, access to opinions, to the freedom of expression, access to submitting proposals that may be of interest to civil society, that may enable concrete access to organizations of indigenous peoples. We don't want this simply to be left for the public as something invisible without having a concrete face. What we're suggesting with this is inclusion and a special place for representatives of indigenous peoples. We have presented our proposal, the ideas that have been presented to us, and some proposals in writing that have been submitted to us by representatives of indigenous peoples who are present in this room. And therefore, since you're not enabling our head of delegation to make use of the floor, we will refer to this. We will summarize this. We have wanted, excuse me, Bolivia, 2 clarifications. First of all, we are discussing which point we are going to deal with. If you have finished with this point, please allow me to offer the floor to other delegations, and after that, we will resolve the introduction of the text that you are suggesting. Yes, what we would request is that you can offer the floor to our head of delegation of climate change. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We can place him on the list so that he can refer to the point that we're dealing with. Thank you, Chair.
Santa Lucía, entonces.
St. Lucia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to sort of anticipated that Bolivia's last point, and my question is to Mr. Chair and the Secretariat here, that perhaps the time has come for us to seriously consider a procedural framework, that there should be a time frame within which, and I understand that we want to be true to the essence of Escazú, which is democracy. We want to give each member state enough time for them to be, we don't want any member state or state party to feel that they are being left out. But at the same time, we must set a framework within which we have produced a version of the rules, and that parties are given enough time to sit back on it, to give their comments, and after a certain period of time, then comments are closed. Yes, we can, you know, that we can't go on indefinitely, because what if Bolivia comes back and in the next 2 weeks and says, no, there's a new parliament and we want to reconsider. So perhaps the time has come for Mr. Chairman, either the Secretariat or the COP, the Conference of Parties itself, to decide upon a procedural framework as to how we are going to deal with such matters. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Santa Lucía.
Thank you, St. Lucia. We will certainly do that. We will receive the final interventions. Panama. Yes, I would just like to reinforce the point made by my colleague a few minutes ago. The text that we are about to discuss is, I feel, fully in accordance, especially taking into consideration that it was worked on with 3 delegations from the parties committed to this issue, and we have achieved a very good result, I think. And if aligned with the spirit of the agreement, well, that also implies respect for the work that was done by other countries. And in our discussions, we haven't yet seen that proposal, but I know that the sister delegations that worked on that issue have seen it. But we're not aware of the contents of that.
Gracias, Panamá. Uruguay tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Panama. Uruguay has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Undoubtedly, we are at a very important moment that we must overcome in the same way in which we have overcome all the difficulties during this long process, where I haven't participated personally, but my country certainly has. And I know how progress has been made. And I also feel that what Panama has just said is important. The delegate from Panama, in terms of being respectful of the spirit and of the agreement and of what we're doing, the importance of making headway, of making progress, and of being able to conclude this first COP in a successful manner. And this is the first COP, and not the last COP, that will agree on everything forever, including these rules, which are certainly the rules of this very important committee. And that is something that I believe the presiding officers and the parties should take into consideration. If we can think of a solution that enables us to conclude this process of this first successful COP. And also taking into consideration what the Bolivian delegation in its full right has and what they have said in terms of the fact that they have an important proposal to make. So it's clear that we don't have time to have an official version from ECLAC in Spanish, and even less so in English, to distribute that and to have time to review it and conclude today with a text that has been agreed. But that doesn't mean that we cannot translate it, consider it, and eventually modify or adopt it if the parties reach an agreement. Because as mentioned today, we must always try to seek a consensus. And I do believe that we can reach a consensus, but that should include being respectful of the work that has already been done, and the opportunities to intervene and to modify that. This has involved the work of many people of different parties. We must take that into consideration. We must move ahead with the process. And if in the future, in the near future, in the midterm, we reach a consensus in the sense that there are aspects of these rules that should be modified, well, we'll reach that consensus and obviously modify that. So what I would suggest is that if we want, perhaps we could reach a temporary consensus saying, okay, this is work that has been done. I think it's correct to listen to the Bolivian part, to listen to their proposals, but they will not be able to be reviewed and translated now. But perhaps they could present their ideas, and the commitment on the part of all of us that we will take that into consideration. And in a future COP, we will be able to introduce modifications and amendments. We can discuss all that virtually via diplomatic means, and we will modify that if a new consensus is reached. But in the meantime, this process and the spirit, the inclusion, public participation, everything that has been achieved, we will move ahead with all of that, and we will be able to conclude tomorrow with a successful end of our first COP. So, as a representative of Uruguay, I would like to request the Bolivian part and all the other parties to take into consideration the importance of successfully concluding this so that we can continue to advance with this process. Thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay. Now we offer the floor to the representative of the public.
Good afternoon. Very briefly, for us, the public, we find it very deeply striking that the public concept be referred to as something that is ethereal, that cannot be seen or touched. Everyone here are of the public. Well, that's a good one, yes. There's a lot of public here, and so the public and there are many others connected. The public is very real. We're persons, we're civil society, and as Natalia well said, we've been working for years. And you highlighted that the approach that this is bottom up is fantastic. Well, we, within our limited capacities, of course, and we made a tremendous effort so that these proposals that we've worked on for 2 years be known to many people and they were able to work. Undoubtedly, this is limited. It can be improved on, but that we did it, and we did it bottom up. And we did it with different groups in different countries, led by many different people, and many of whom are here. So that work must at least be recognized and appreciated, valued. Thank you. Thank you. The delegation of Bolivia is recognized. Thank you for all these interventions. We understand that the intention is to understand the position. As we were saying, our position has been drafted bottom up, aiming towards a greater inclusion of the civil society and indigenous people, not only those in this room, but those who have no possibility of getting here, not only those who have internet and computers and can take part online, which is very well, but others do not. They do not have access to those technological means. And so that is why our proposal is more inclusive, even more. So, well, we're talking about inclusion, but we're unable to present our proposals. We know that a decision will not be reached today regarding this proposal. That is very clear. Everyone here must consult our capitals, and that is the way that we work. However, it is the right space to present our proposal that we have developed. And later on, we could, of course, get into the details once it can be translated, that everyone has had time to review it, and all capitals have sent in their contributions. However, we are not going to step back in terms of presenting our proposal. And so we request that we may at least present it today. Thank you, Bolivia. The Secretariat is recognized. Well, obviously, it's in everyone's interest that all parties may present their proposals, that these be discussed. But we must also recall the procedure that has been followed to date, and that was put forward by the chair as well as the delegations of the working groups to reach this proposal that we're considering today. And as the chair has said, there were various stages when and time was given to receive inputs and by these 3 countries. But all the parties were able to send in their proposals and consultations, even the representatives of the public, before these documents were actually finalized. And the last stage, as mentioned, was the pre-COP, when, once again, a series of improvements were admitted to the text that had been worked on for many years. And the delegation of Bolivia, as was just explained by Saint Lucia, did present some improvements to the text that had been discussed, and that these were adopted. And consensus then that this was the text to be negotiated. And when the agenda was approved, this was also an approval of these texts and documents. This does not disregard the fact that Bolivia is, of course, free to present further proposals later on, but the Secretariat cannot distribute a text without these prior steps. Further proposals without these prior steps, because this is essentially participatory and equitable. And so the delegations that do not speak the same language must have the same rights and times to prepare the necessary considerations. And the same thing would have happened if the English-speaking community would have presented a document in English and not in Spanish. And so when we learned of the proposals, this was informed and this was the presiding officers were informed this morning, the delegation of Bolivia could also have commented on the text proposed for the conference of parties, and also the mention by the delegation of Uruguay, and that the COP, aside from improving on the proposed rules for the COP as well as the committee, at any time during an ordinary meeting may make improvements to what already exists. And so hopefully the delegations could encourage Bolivia to, although not leaving aside their and not presenting their proposals, maybe in the near future they could do so and recognize that the submission of documents must be with sufficient time for these to be appropriately processed by the Secretariat, correctly translated, correctly distributed, and also discussed with the other countries that are part of the Conference of the Parties. Thank you. The Secretary has asked for the floor. Very briefly, my name is Luis Yanez. I'm the Secretary of the Commission and also the Secretary of all CLAC meetings. I would like to make a relevant distinction in terms of the procedures. This meeting was convened with sufficient time, with official documentation. The official documentation was distributed. The agenda was adopted, and all the delegations have been invited here to discuss these official documents. And it was explained the reasons why the delegation of Bolivia cannot be discussed officially in this hall. There is an important issue with regard to the right to the use of making a statement. Of course, there's no problem Bolivia has requested, but the thing is that we cannot present new language. That is, the language for discussion, the text for discussion is the text that everyone has received and that the chair has distributed and invited to discuss. This does not prevent the delegation of Bolivia to go paragraph by paragraph, putting forward their position and saying, with regard to this point, we do not believe this is appropriate on account of this or that or the other. So what we cannot do is change one text for another at this point, even though it had been in English, one text for another, to change the discussion totally and change the document that we're going to be working on. And so the invitation by the Secretariat is to let's move ahead with the text that we have been convened to consider, and then together with Bolivia, they decided by adopting the text and the agenda, and at some point the delegations may make suggestions for changes and the motivations why these modifications may or may not be agreed on in the hall. So I would suggest that we continue the process. The delegations will refer to this article by article with the text that the delegations have decided to discuss this today. Thank you. Thank you. I believe that the procedure has been sufficiently discussed. And so consequently, I would propose the following. Be clear that we are discussing a text that comprises two parts. One, the draft decision 1.3, which is very brief, that has an introductory part, and that has a single paragraph that approves the rules on the committee functioning, Annex 1. That's one part. There is another part, which is the rules of the composition and the functioning of the committee as such. And so consequently, I would say we should continue working in two ways. On the one hand, as the Secretary was saying, and then go party by party through the annex, that is the rules of the proposed rules. So that all delegations, including also the delegation of Bolivia, may make their contributions party by party to the rules, taking as a basis the document, the Annex DDR/2, and according to the rules of procedure that the Secretary just mentioned. But I would also like to pick up on expressions in the whole, such as of Panama, St. Lucia, and the proposal by Uruguay. And that to cover the work done by the delegations, and that have done so with such great effort so far and for such a long time, such as the right of Bolivia to submit, make compatible those two spheres, those two rights, seeking to think of including some sort of reference in the other part of the decision as such, not the rules, but the decision, but rather the very brief part that has only just one paragraph and that may have two, and then in the second paragraph mention the continuity of the analysis when another COP is held, should one of the parties put forward new matters to be included in the rules. And as Uruguay well said, is obvious. This is a situation that stems from the, or derives from the structure and operation of the agreement. But that could be something very interesting for everyone to leave here aware that the consensus reached on this annex also includes the proposals that may be considered in future by delegations that may propose them. And I hope that this contemplates the need to meet the agreement, which for me is the main point, to meet the agreement, and that the agreement mandates us to consider at this conference of the parties rules for the committee, yes, but also that this be a solution that contemplates the right of everyone for their work, their positions be picked up on. And so this instance and others to come. And so I would invite delegations to resume our work on the rules of the committee to support implementation and compliance, and based on the document that we are considering, and doing so article by article, beginning with Article 1, which the purpose and nature. And so the floor is open for the floor to be requested. Yes, thank you, Chair. Not wanting to make this more complex, but this is a bit complicated because the section 14 of the rules of procedure was at the request of Bolivia, subject to their presentation. But if this is going to move on or seen elsewhere, then that will be left pending. And so it prevents us from moving ahead with our work, and we need to resolve this even before we get into this new discussion. And so therefore we would request that you should tell us how to proceed. But we, of course, could not be left at ease without having defined this point. Thank you. Yes, I thank the representative of the public for this point. This is not, it's not that this is something that we've not considered, and I think that this intervention is very good to be able to clarify it. The intention of the presiding officers is that we should continue work on the document that we are considering, and that all parties may make their contributions, and that somehow, once having analyzed this in full, we may return to those paragraphs that are still pending, hopefully with the prior work by those countries that so generously offered to move ahead working on these paragraphs together with the public. But yes, quite clearly, I think that that would be the mechanism to be followed. And so right now, we are considering the rules for the Committee on Implementation and Compliance. And so let's begin analyzing Article 1, purpose and nature, and I open up for to your considerations. Bolivia is recognized.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. In paragraph 1 of the document that we are discussing now, Article 1, paragraph 1, we suggest that we divide the second part, or the last part. Our proposal would read as follows. The Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, hereinafter the Committee, is a subsidiary body of the Conference of the Parties to promote the implementation and support the parties in the implementation of the agreement in a consultative, transparent, and non-adversarial, non-judicial, and non-punitive manner, considering the significant participation of the public. That is all, and that means that we would no longer need to have a second paragraph.
Gracias, Bolivia.
Thank you, Bolivia. Any other comments?
Creo que
Well, I believe that without wanting to establish a position, but just for the sake of clarification, I would like to ask. Well, it seems that the Bolivian proposal simplifies the text because it unifies both paragraphs in one, but I believe that we leave aside the faculty that paragraph 2 grants to the committee of defining its working modalities in accordance with these rules. In other words, the rules grant the committee the faculty of defining sub-rules that it calls working modalities. They must abide by the rules, but must also have sufficient flexibility to make this to put this into operation. And probably Bolivia would like to refer to this. Yes. Why is it that we simplify this paragraph? Well, what it is that what happens is that we want to introduce a second article, which is entitled the work of the committee, and we have three paragraphs within that new article that we will suggest.
No sé si procedo ahora a leer.
I don't know if I can read the new Article 2 that would be called the work of the committee. I ask to Bolivia, are you referring to the functions of the committee, which is an article that is present in the document later on? Well, I think we will have to modify several things. Argentina. Thank you very much, Chair. Along the same lines as you were discussing, we understand that Article 1 is on the purpose and nature, and therefore work would be a different article that I believe is Article 4, which we call functions of the committee. For Argentina, the word function is much more adequate, but in this article that we're dealing with now, which is purpose and nature, we should refer exclusively to purpose and nature. And in that sense, we should have 2 points, point 1 and point 2. Point 2 simplifies and establishes with greater clarity the purpose and nature. I hope I have made myself understood. Thank you very much. Very clear, Argentina. What I suggest, following on the idea of Argentina, but also rescuing the idea presented by Bolivia, I submit the modification to leave in brackets the proposition by Bolivia until we review the article on functions and then consider what Bolivia has called the work of the Commission, and that we move on to Article 2 right now. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Yes. Okay. Now, what we would like to do is to present our new Article 2. My proposal is that if your Article 2 is linked much more to functions, no, there's a different one that talks about functions. This has to do with the focus of the committee, the focus of the work of the committee. And the first paragraph would say, the committee will take into consideration for the exercise of its functions that each country has various approaches, visions of the future, models and instruments in order to achieve sustainable development based on its own circumstances and national priorities. The second paragraph would say the committee will take into consideration the needs for intercultural and interscientific dialogue in the region, recognizing the importance of systems, knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and nations. Paragraph 3 would say the committee, in terms of its functions, will take into consideration the positive impacts and good practices of the region with regards to access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters. That is how we view this new article. Thank you, Bolivia. I would like to request that the Secretariat reads this out once again so that delegations can have this, can take this into consideration. And after that, I'll open up the floor to your considerations. Yes, if we have taken note of this, we're basically incorporating 3 paragraphs. And let's say the committee will take into consideration for the exercise of its function so that each country has different approaches, visions of the future, models, and instruments to achieve sustainable development based on their own national circumstances and priorities. The second paragraph would be the committee will take into consideration the need for intercultural and interscientific dialogue in the region, recognizing the importance of the systems of knowledge of indigenous peoples and nations. And the third paragraph is that the committee, in terms of its functions, will take into consideration the good practices of the region with regards to access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters. We thank the Secretariat. What I would like to request from Bolivia is if you could identify in this text, which is quite long, those points that you regard as the most important ones, because I would like to highlight that in many of the aspects of the paragraph, you include language that is new for the agreement, and that is not in the agreement as such, nor in any of the documents that have been subsequently produced. And therefore, if you could identify the interest of the main interest of Bolivia, of the delegation of Bolivia, we could try to somehow envisage or include that, because I'm not sure about what it is exactly. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. In any case, what we believe would be appropriate right now is to submit this proposal to the consideration of the parties. I don't know if I fully understand what you want is for us to summarize the 3 paragraphs and turn it into one. I'm unclear about that. Well, I regret if I'm sorry if I haven't been too clear. What I want is to identify beyond the text what is the point of interest of Bolivia, because I find that a good part of the text that you suggest includes or introduces novel language. As mentioned by the Secretary, that implies a complexity for us if we to submit this text to the consideration of the other delegations. And so what I asked you is if you can identify beyond the actual drafting, beyond the juridical content that you suggest, what is the interest of the Bolivian delegation in order to submit this to the consideration of the other delegations? Mexico, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Yes, with regards or in line with what you have said, this is a new section with several ideas, concepts, and so on. That, as mentioned by Bolivia, they work from the grassroots. Well, we have to do exactly the same thing. We have to consult this. We have a wide a big delegation, not only face-to-face, but also virtual. We have at a company, as we have several representatives of civil society who in turn would have to consult with civil society organizations, and therefore we cannot right now be in a position to approve a whole new section, 3 new paragraphs. And so we would have to immediately have to put all this in brackets so that we can hold our respective delegation meeting and the respective consultation processes in order to analyze this text. Thank you, Mexico. Bolivia, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. Perhaps, and perhaps providing with a little bit more explanation in terms of the importance of the inclusion of these 3 paragraphs. These 3 paragraphs, most of in these 3 paragraphs, most of the terms that we use is language that comes from other multilateral entities. For example, we are talking of interscientific and intercultural dialogue that is already practiced in the IPBS, so it's not new language, it's something that has already been agreed on. When we talk of participation, of public participation and access to environmental justice, I believe that is the basic importance of the Escazú Agreement. And likewise, I could mention other aspects when we talk of different approaches, visions of the future. Again, there in the Paris Accord, that most of us form part of that accord, that is language that has been adopted there. We have the principle 10 also, where that has also been adopted. And therefore, what we have done is to take what is already present in several agreements related to the environment on the one hand, but since the Escazú Agreement is also much more comprehensive, we have also taken this language from other agreements that do not necessarily lead exclusively with the environmental matters. And in that sense, the 3 paragraphs, or the majority of them, include a language that has been agreed on, and that is why we want to introduce that. We understand the delegation from Mexico in the sense that we have the same construction from bottom up, and based on the requests of our social and civil societies and of indigenous organizations. Precisely because of that, we have wanted to bring those concerns of stakeholders that are probably not here in a face-to-face fashion nor in a virtual manner, but we do bear the voice of those organizations. That's all, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. Representative of the public, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. The public wants to reiterate the importance of part 1, purpose and nature, and to specifically mention that if we look at Article 2 of the proposal, of the agreed proposal, that refers to the fact that that committee will ensure the significant participation of the public, which is the language of Article 18 of the Escazú Agreement. The proposal by Bolivia for this Article 1 talks about considering, which is a regression in terms of language. It would be a regression. It would be counter to the principle of non-regression, which is guaranteed in the Escazú Agreement, and would impact the effective participation of the public. So we wanted to remind you of that. And with regards to the other 3 articles that are suggested for the public, it is very difficult to express an opinion because we have not received the proposal on time, and we have not had time to consult with the different representatives of the public who are also unaware of this proposal.
I thank the public. The floor has been requested. Patricia, yes, go ahead. Good afternoon, Chair. And being this my first occasion, I take the floor. I would like to greet all delegates, states, parties, and others. I would like to move back a bit in history, the history of the Escazú Agreement, and pick up the Lima Vision document. There we raised ethical principles for our work, and I believe it was very relevant for the entire process, drafting, negotiation, following those principles and those ethical values, and that brought us to move ahead. One of these was reflected in Article 3, and this is good faith. The principle of good faith, that is how we work, always trying to achieve the common objectives that we have set out. Here we have adopted agenda. All countries present yesterday adopted it. We have an agenda. It has been adopted. We've had an entire process for the construction of the three fundamental themes that we are concerned with here. In this case, we are reviewing the second theme of the Committee for Implementation and Compliance. And what the delegation of Bolivia has presented contains many relevant elements. However, we must all leave the committee with the space and the freedom to build their own rules of procedure, and in turn, these to be proposed to the COP for validation. This committee, as a subsidiary body, will always submit its work to the COP. And so, if the rules that we adopt today are very detailed, this will act like a straitjacket that will imply that the committee is losing flexibility for the great task ahead. I do not deny the relevance of what is being contributed by Bolivia to respect the cultural differences and even the legal context, not only in terms, but also common law. The language is not agreed so far under the Escazú Agreement. We recognize this is relevant, but they have not in all cases been negotiated and agreed on. With all respect, I suggest that we should move ahead along the lines put forward by the chair, because we are receiving a lot of information and texts that have not been part of this prior process followed by all states and the public in the process preparing for this COP. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Argentina is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chair. Echoing what has just been said by the preceding speaker, the delegate of the public, I believe, well, I propose that we should return to the text that we have from the chair, the both points 1 and 2, and to encompass the situation and the circumstances that are being presented by Bolivia, of course, many of which we do share among parties. But I also believe would open a Pandora's box, because each country, each sub-region, we have all our specificities with groups that are vulnerable, and if we begin to name them all, well, the list I believe, well, would be endless. And one of the themes that we negotiated was precisely that, and we decided not to do that. Perhaps we could take the text of the agreement, Article 18, where there is specific reflection of this in these rules. And at the end of, I think, point 2, instead of saying as may correspond, that you should take the letter of the article and say, considering the national capacities and circumstances, or, well, maybe not of the parties, say of the countries, the region, or Annex 1 countries. The idea is to encompass the entire region. Then, yes, we would be including the situations, the specificities of each country, and using the language of the agreement. Language of the agreement. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Well, that does seem an interesting proposal in order to move ahead in our work, keeping to the proposed text. I consult the plenary if we can move ahead along those lines, Secretariat. Yes. And so, which will ensure the significant participation of the public and consider the national circumstances and capacities of Annex 1 countries. Argentina? Is that what you said? Yes. Well, with reference to the national capacities and circumstances, maybe that could encompass everything, and that in future, maybe the reference could be expanded to include the proposal by Bolivia, and in an Annex 1 format, allow it to have the regional breadth that we require. Well, thank you, Secretariat. I believe that picks up on the proposal made by Argentina, Bolivia, yes? Yes, thank you. Yes, we do agree with the proposal put forward by Argentina in terms of including the language of Article 18, because it's something that we've all ratified. However, with regard to the paragraphs, the references on intercultural and interscientific dialogue, recognizing the relevance of and the knowledge systems of indigenous people and communities, that for us is of priority. I understand what you're proposing, but we need to find a solution in order to move ahead. So I will propose that the 3 paragraphs that you proposed be included in the record of this session as proposals that may be considered as possible text at some point, but that for the purposes of achieving consensus with regard to Articles 1, paragraphs 1 and 2, we may proceed according to the criteria proposed by the delegation of Argentina as a way of enabling this, considering it is now 20 to 4. Thank you. Well, in that case, we will continue with Article 2, structure and composition. And this is a very long article. I open it up for consideration by the plenary, Article 2 of the text that we have been considering. Bolivia is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Article 2 on structure and composition. We will go paragraph by paragraph. I thank you for going paragraph by paragraph. The first that we propose, the committee will function and make decisions within the framework of dialogue between the governments and the organized public of the region by ample deliberation among their representatives for the formulation of recommendations in terms of compliance of the agreement and identification and dissemination of the positive effects and good practices in the region with regard to access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters. The second paragraph proposed is the deliberation by the committee will be done through 2 working groups according to the following detail. Government working group and working groups of social organizations. These working groups will deliberate independent. Excuse me, Bolivia. It is very complex to follow you. I believe that understands and record what you're saying. We would need you to. Taking this text that we are considering here, you should inform us of modifications to paragraph 1, modifications to paragraph 2, and so on. We cannot entirely substitute Article 2. We must find mechanisms to identify your observation to a particular paragraph that is here called paragraph 3, the other paragraph 4, and so on. Because the extension of the article means that the delegates must be able to understand the change that you're suggesting based on the proposed wording. So please proceed or resume it or start again with this criteria. Yes, thank you, Chairman. The thing is, we are talking precisely of that, Article 2, structure and composition. But our proposal may perhaps be summed up. So I will continue to explain what it is that we're proposing in terms of structure. The creation of 2 working groups, one of governments and the other of civil society organizations. The working group of the governments will be formed by representatives of the governments, 1 for each one of the parties, and the working group of social organizations formed by representatives of each organization, and 3 special representations for indigenous people to be elected among indigenous populations in the region. And so the group would have 12 representatives of the governments, and the other have 12 of the civil society, and an additional 3 special seats, if you like, for indigenous people. These working groups will work according to the working rules and modalities as adopted in the committee. So in sum, that is, after we get into the details of the committee, 7 members, 4 representatives of the government's working group, and another 3 representatives of the social organization working group. One of these being the special representation of indigenous peoples. Thank you, Bolivia. Argentina has the floor. Yes, I apologize, Chair, with all due respect. I would like to return to what we agreed at the start, and that is that we should continue to review the text that we have been doing since the beginning of the morning, going paragraph by paragraph, and then mentioning point 3, the committee will have 7 members, and that the delegations should make comments if we have any to these points, and that so we move ahead negotiating that text, that wording. Otherwise, we're going to be here for a very long time, and this will open up for discussions that we have already had, at least in the last few months. Thank you, Argentina. The representative of the public. Thank you, Chair. Yes, returning to what the Secretariat was saying, we're introducing new language. I imagine the persons from the Caribbean, the English speakers, and the difficulty in following this proposal. And we're seeing it in the chat, the people who are following this online, they don't even have the text, they don't even know what they're talking about. And so our proposal is that in general, this be adopted, and then in particular, if other matters want to be discussed, they can be done, but this cannot be done as a block because it's not understood if this is the official one or not. Thank you, Chair.
Gracias al representante.
We thank the representative of the public. Mexico has the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. We would like to ask, as suggested by Argentina, that we deal with this on a point-by-point basis. And here a slight addition issue. The numerals are not right. We would have to begin with 1. The committee will comprise 7 members. And I have been promised that the language will be inclusive and so on. So I agree with all of that. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to agree with Argentina because I am getting a little frustrated too that we are digressing each and every time. So it's like we are going to be here until midnight if we do not focus on the documents we have before us, because I think this is what was presented to us before we came to this first conference of the parties, that the documents were presented, and this is what I think we should be focusing on. We keep diverting, and it's causing a little frustration right now, I think, with everyone around the table. Thank you very much.
Gracias, Santa Lucía. Vamos a proceder.
Thank you, St. Lucia. We will proceed as requested, considering within Article 2, paragraph 1, requesting that you make use the floor to refer to comments and modifications of paragraph 1, which is now 3 in Article 2. Maybe we could use the numerals that are already there to avoid confusions, and after that we will correct that. We're referring to what is there with number 3. Costa Rica, you have the floor. We thank the Chair. I was going to support the Argentinian proposal. Perhaps I would like to say that some of the details that are being suggested by Bolivia could be taken into consideration later on, precisely when the committee works works on the rules of its own of the work that it itself has to undertake. Maybe now this must be consistent with the rules of the agreement itself and with the rules that we establish here, and so. But I feel that these are very detailed proposals that are not necessarily appropriate to the moment in which we find ourselves in our work. Thank you, Costa Rica. Now the public has the floor. Good afternoon once again. It's an honor for me to be able to speak to you once again. I would like to thank you and congratulate you for your time, for your effort, and for being here until now. I think that is necessary and important. I would simply like to refer to what I had mentioned at the beginning. I am not going to refer specifically, but only in general terms, as part of the public and as a delegate of the indigenous peoples of the Amazon Basin. And regrettably, there are no other representatives of indigenous peoples from South America or Central America, but I would like to raise my voice on behalf of the indigenous peoples. The proposal of indigenous peoples, under no concept, seeks to eliminate the legitimate right of the participation of the public. In other words, all of you must be aware that in international law, no right is regressive, and therefore we cannot be trying to eliminate the participation of the public. And I understand your proposals that in the sense that these documents have already been debated, the document that we're analyzing, and therefore there could be perhaps another moment to continue to discuss this in greater depth. But what I would like to say is that we approve Article 7 and Article 14 in respect of rights that already exist. If we take these articles out, we will be eliminating the spirit of the Escazú Agreement itself, which guarantees participation. And therefore, I would like to invite all members, representatives of states, to reflect on this issue. Indigenous people want that participation by the public to be effectively intercultural in nature, that it be viewed from different perspectives, but that does not eliminate the legitimate participation of the public. And one of the proposals that is also of concern to me is that there may be indigenous representatives, but put there by the states. That is a great concern for me, because it would mean having an indigenous person repeating what the state wants them to say, and not necessarily what society, what the community is saying. So let us not be afraid of that, because that right has already been gained. It is already envisaged in the Escazú Agreement. So I invite you to proceed with that, because many people are waiting for the response by this summit. Thank you very much. By this conference.
Muchas gracias. Vamos entonces.
Thank you. We'll now move ahead, trying, as was mentioned, to make comments to paragraph 3. So please, let's see. Please identify yourself and make use of the floor. Thank you very much. My name is Rosario Diaz. I form part of this group of young people participating in this conference. I would like to share with you a collective position that we have been working on in a collaborative fashion among us all. The public representatives of the public and of the UN, as from children and the youth that participate in this first conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement. We thank you for your commitment with the agreement and its implications. We also thank the mechanisms of the implication of the public for its work. We believe that Article 14 of the document is fundamental for the implementation of the agreement. The states must ensure its existence and its applicability. Aligned with what has already been mentioned, in order to achieve an implementation of the agreement with solidarity, intergenerational solidarity, considering our diversity and our complexity and our challenges, we believe that a fundamental aspect is that our involvement in the process. They're taking into consideration the principles of the agreement. We have the following proposals and announcements in this sense. First of all, we will present expert people younger than 35 years of age to form part of the committee for the implementation and compliance of the Escazú Agreement, so that these people may be chosen via the mechanisms that are agreed under the criteria of gender parity. Likewise, we also wish to form part of the presiding officers. Please excuse me, we know each other because we have held several exchanges. We are considering Article 2 of the document that has been submitted to the consideration of participants. So please, I ask you to conclude your intervention and to refer to the issue that is being discussed now. Otherwise, we would not be working with what we have agreed to work on. I don't know if that is clear. So if you have considerations about the article, do that now. Otherwise, we will reserve the rest of your presentation for the right moment. Yes, of course, we can integrate our presentations in each one of the segments that are taken into consideration by the presiding officers. So I would simply like to supplement the first aspect that I mentioned. And I would like to ask other young people to take the floor with the different segments and complete this intervention. I would simply like to mention that we support these demands that we will present as from young people in the different segments, in the principle recognized in the ideology of Article 3 of the Escazú Agreement about intergenerational equality. We believe that they are subjects of rights to achieve an adequate environmental justice that guarantees and respects our human rights and the rights of our ecosystems. And that the intergenerational nature is not only in something written down on paper, that we constructed this reality with concrete actions. Thank you very much. And young people will continue to make their interventions in these segments that will be taken into consideration by the presiding officers. So thank you very much. Thank you, and I'm glad that you have understood our position, because it is necessary so that we can move ahead to discuss each issue at a time. Bolivia has the floor. Thank you, Chair. We hear the words of the representative of the indigenous peoples and of young people. We believe it is very important and of vital importance to reflect the intercultural principle, because that is one of the fundamental principles of the Escazú Agreement, which means that the public as a whole is reflected, and the public understood within the context that is already present in the Escazú Agreement. In that sense, in point 1, we suggest the following. The committee will be comprised of 7 members that correspond to 4 representatives from the working group of governments and 3 representatives representing the working group of the public, and one of them will be a special representative of indigenous peoples. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. I have no other requests. Now, with regards to paragraph 3 of Article 2,
Pasamos entonces.
Let's move on to consider paragraph 4 of Article 2. If there are no comments, yes, Bolivia, you have the floor.
Gracias. Consideramos.
Let's see, we believe that paragraph 4 would no longer be necessary, having made a proposal for paragraph 3 here. Okay, we take due note of that, Bolivia. In case we agree paragraph 3 in accordance with your proposal, we would have to delete paragraph 4. Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. For Argentina, what is of vital importance is that we include paragraph 4 of Article 2, because it mentions that the members of the committee shall be nationals or residents in the country set out in Annex 1 of the agreement, and be independent from the executive, legislative, and or judicial powers of such countries. And in that sense, we would like to maintain the text as it stands. Thank you, Argentina. Now we will consider paragraph 5. No comments. Please take your name signal down. Paragraph 6. Bolivia has the floor. In accordance with the proposal that we have presented, and that we in paragraph 3, there would be more than one national in the committee, because we're talking here of working groups, where we would have one national for each government and one national for civil society organizations or the public, and one that could coincide because they represent an indigenous people of one of the parties. So thank you, Bolivia. Now I'll offer the floor to the Secretariat. Yes, and just to clarify this, I would like to remind you of the words of the Costa Rican delegation, because Costa Rica has mentioned an important point, and that is that there are different levels and moments to discuss different procedural aspects. And now we are at the outer layer, so to speak, where we provide the general framework for rules of procedure for both COP and the Compliance Committee. Now, that does not mean that subsequently later on we can have more specific developments. And that is something that I submit to the consideration of Bolivia, because they are talking of the creation of working groups. They can be created at any moment, and a conference of the parties at any moment could, in fact, create other subsidiary entities. And therefore, in the future, we could envisage the creation of other working groups. And even if the Bolivian delegation so desires it, in the report of the meeting, we can mention that in the future there is a possibility of creating additional working groups comprised of different persons. And as structured in the Escazú Agreement itself, the committee, the support committee, is for Latin America as a whole. This is not a committee that is established in each country or at the level of each country to support a specific country, but this is a regional committee for all countries in Latin America. Now, when we discussed this point 6, in fact, the discussion was whether we should have just 1 or 2, and there was a proposal in terms of reducing that to 1, precisely so that there would be no excessive number of members of one part that could prevent representatives of other nationalities, and especially of those small island states in the Caribbean that probably have fewer proposal of participants. And that is why we have established that. So I would like to invite the Bolivian delegation to consider that there are moments to discuss this in detail, that there is a possibility to rescue some of the proposals in the report so that they may not be forgotten in the future, but that will enable us to close this macro umbrella so that we can begin to work. And I am sure that many of the good proposals by Bolivia can be incorporated, and not only in the way in which the delegation of Uruguay mentioned, but also in the development of the specific rules or modalities of the work of the committee, or in the creation of a specific working group.
Gracias a la Secretaría. México tiene la palabra.
Thank you, Mexico. Yes, here I will make a personal comment, not on behalf of Mexico. Reading the proposals by Bolivia, now hearing these proposals, talking of working groups, I fear that there is a very different understanding of what we are talking about here. And here, we're talking about a committee of experts. This is a committee for advice, not the work, the implementation per se in each country. In Mexico, we have a system very similar to what Bolivia is talking about, and where there must be intergovernment representatives and also civil society with ample and inclusive participation, engagement, and that the process will be long in terms of construction, as Bolivia has said, bottom up. But here we're talking about persons who are experts. And as we mentioned in point 4, regardless of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. And so we're not talking about a government group. We're not saying that these are going to be our representatives and that they're here negotiating the Escazú Agreement or they're working on the Escazú Agreement matters. No, what we want is people who are totally independent from our processes so that they may give us an external approach, a broader approach, so that they may guide say errors that the governments as such do not detect. And so I think that the perception is very different to what is wanted to achieve with this specific committee. There are many subsidiary bodies that the COP may create, and this mechanism is not like any one that we have under other conventions. When talking about the technical scientific body of climate change or the very body for the implementation of climate change as well as biodiversity. This, although we call it the Committee for Support and the Implementation and Compliance, it could be also called of experts or to guide what is done by the government. So we must consider that the meaning is different. And from what I am able to understand, and I say that this is a personal one, but I've not talked about it with anyone else. And so that one thing is Mexico and the other thing is me. And so I do believe that the approach is slightly different and that maybe this could be worked on further ahead. Of course, I do see that there is value in many of the proposals that Bolivia is putting forward. It's not unheard of to think that later on we may create working groups, specific ones that have greater discussions with the representation of indigenous people, and that the public here has said that, well, that we would need a greater presence. But yes, this is a following step further ahead. It's not a step that could be added to what we're going to discuss in Argentina, the extraordinary COP, or that could be done in these draft decisions. And instead of having this document, move it on to a sort of, well, suggested that the COP should organize an ad hoc group to discuss, well, this sort of proposals regarding the creation of mechanisms for working groups and so on. But I do believe that these are two very different moments, and these are two objectives that are very different. And so, yes, I would ask you to reconsider that instead of seeing in each point mentioning once again that they would have to be of the same nationality because some working groups allow this and the other, we're going to get bogged down in a discussion that will take a long time. It's already after 4 in the afternoon, and then this committee has a different purpose. And so this is an initial reflection. And once again, I clarify, this is a personal one. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico, but it would seem, based on your words, as well as other interventions, that the changes suggested based on a structure and composition that is different of this committee for support implementation and compliance would not enjoy consensus. And so I would invite the delegation of Bolivia and other delegations to see if we can comment on or make suggestions to the structure and the wording proposed, trying to keep to the text stemming from this draft resolution. Bolivia, please. Thank you, Chair. Precisely picking up on what has just been said by Camilla, we consider that in this committee, why are we proposing these working groups? Because these working groups, it's from there that the representatives to the committee would be coming from. So we're talking not only about 7 people, and that maybe we're reducing the number of the public universe. We're not reducing them to just 7 people. We're saying that of these 2 working groups that are being created, that they will be elected by that entire universe of the public that we're talking about. And from that universe, we will have the representatives. And here I must add the legitimate representatives of the public that would be the members of the committee. And so we're not focusing just on 7 people, maybe external people, but rather that they are legitimately elected within the framework of these 2 working groups, and that we are proposing here. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Bolivia. I have here the representative of the public and the Secretariat, representative of the public. Thank you, Chair. Well, first to reiterate that for the public, it is becoming very difficult to follow the negotiation, especially for our colleagues who are connected online. And we must bear in mind that this is a hybrid COP, but this has been very difficult to follow with this new proposal by Bolivia. And then with regarding the composition of the committee, we reiterate our message. We consider this committee to be fundamental for the effective implementation of the Escazú Agreement, and that in this way, the committee should be comprised of experts. And that is the spirit of the committee in its Article 18 of the Escazú Agreement, to have experts that do not represent the governments and that may provide this expert interpretation of the Escazú Agreement. And so we believe it is very important to resume, as the delegate of Mexico was saying, that this committee is comprised of independent persons, and that the independence of these persons of the committee is what will guarantee that the committee will meet its functions, transparency, accountability, as is also considered under the principles of the Escazú Agreement. Thank you. I thank the representative of the public. Argentina is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Along the same lines as my colleague from Mexico and the representative of the Republic, I believe it is important to the essence of what the committee is. The committee is an expert committee. It is independent. It is neither representatives of the governments of the states nor representatives of the public as public with a capital P and everyone who's taking part. No, the purpose is different. It is a committee of experts that will provide advice, recommend independently, and as such, it was understood right from the start of the negotiation. And so, as my colleague from Mexico says, I share many of the themes that Bolivia is putting forward. These are very important. We must talk about them. And I think that they deserve a conversation, a negotiation, as we had earlier, before reaching this text and thinking of a committee of experts. That is something that I believe that we could consider in the future. It is a theme, and that we should address as state parties to the agreement. We must consider it, yes, but not here, because the essence is totally different. And I believe that we are confusing, as I say, the spirit of the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Costa Rica, the floor is yours. Thank you. Along the same lines as was pointed out by Argentina and Mexico, I think that the important thing here is to pick up the independence of the members of this committee. And when we worked on this article, we considered the experiences in the various bodies of other treaties on human rights, the UN framework, convention, and others. And well, the aspect of the independence and the element currently in Article 3 or point 3, paragraph 3, is included in the background that was seen to draft this. And I think that these two paragraphs are very important. They should stand, and we should not introduce other aspects that somehow go against the fundamental principle for the correct work by the committee. And so I would suggest, in terms of the structure of the committee, what stands in the original wording. The number of members is something always subjective, but the idea having just one person from each country was to make it more representative. Now, there are 2 states parties, and the committee has 7. And well, It could be that there are difficulties for the smaller countries to have a representative or one national from their country in this committee. This, well, albeit in other spheres, in terms of work or in a special working group, they may discuss other elements of the proposal made by Bolivia. But I do believe that the proposals that we're working on here must be in line with the wording of the agreement. And I think that it is the COP called on to decide on the text based on the wording that we have here. Thank you, Costa Rica. I think that we are clarifying the procedural aspects and the considerations by the states on this article. I will now recognize an expert and the Secretariat to conclude. Marcos Orellana. Thank you, Chair. I've asked for the floor on account of two things. During the last intervention by Bolivia, they are suggesting that the representatives of the public are not legitimate in the sense that they would be proposing an alternative way of doing these elections and appointments and that make it more legitimate. That notion that the representatives of the public are not legitimate is, I think that is dangerous. It is inappropriate, and if you allow me, the delegation of Bolivia, because the legitimacy of the representative of the public here is beyond doubt. Not only there have been elections, but also they've respected the principle of self-election of the organization, followed by the public in the formation of working groups within the public, and that have allowed contributing based on proposals, elements that ultimately have been adopted under the agreement. And so that is the first thing, Mr. Chair. The second is I would like to echo, if you allow me, of what was said by the delegate of Mexico as individually, and that the vision of the committee that is included in this revised proposal offered by Costa Rica, St. Lucia, and Uruguay and Panama is not a notion or vision that we've discovered today, nor yesterday, nor since the ratification of the entry into force of the agreement. The Secretariat has also shown the many occasions when the different participants in the process have addressed this notion and vision. But same as Patricia Madrigal did a moment back, go back to the start of this process and speak of the stage on the viability of the study. Already at that time, the discussion about the sort of instrument we wanted to draft in Latin America and the Caribbean, there was talk of a dynamic instrument, and already at that point it was said we were talking about a committee that may support the implementation and compliance and comprised of people who are experts at a personal level. And this was a key element in order to support that dynamism. And then during the negotiations as such of the article that today is the number 18, parallel events, for example, the meeting of the negotiation committee in Buenos Aires, Argentina, we were accompanied by the special rapporteur of the UN on the environment and the development, the member of the committee of the Aarhus Convention. This notion that is today being questioned, this vision of a committee of experts, as individuals that may support the work of the parties at national level and in conformity with agreement at a regional level is not new. It is, stems from the very origin of the agreement, and it goes back many years. Thank you, Marcus. I will now recognize the Secretariat for a final intervention, and then we will have a short coffee break, somewhat delayed as our work today. So I thank the Secretariat to please be brief, and then we will break for coffee. Yes. In these discussions, we are departing from the original text and we are discussing the alternative proposal. Now, if you read the original wording and you break it down, what you realize is that the election of the members of the committee, that election process, each party, even the persons in each country, party country or others may make proposals. And that is what allows precisely that the process in Bolivia may be designed as Bolivia is saying having in Bolivia a series of committees that would allow proposing to that mechanism different members of the community, of the committee, sorry. And so as it stands today, what it allows each country to do and the different parties as parties or the public is to make nominations. And so that in each country can be done bottom up, top down, but that will go to the conference of the parties and that will culminate in a process among the parties. So it is important not to confuse national processes to lead to that committee or the members of the support committee and the functions of the committee and how it will work. And so once again, I would invite you to think that regardless of these rules, there are different stages and different moments in order to improve and to have subsidiary bodies or working groups on specific aspects. Thank you very much, Carlos. We thank the Secretariat. It is now 4:20. We will now break for coffee and we will meet back again here at approximately 4:30. Thank you.
Agradezco a todos si pueden tomar asiento. Vamos.
Please have a seat. We will continue. We will continue with this afternoon's session.
Muchas gracias. Hemos aprovechado.
Thank you very much. We have used the coffee break to exchange ideas and to try to be creative. And some delegations are now holding consultations to see whether we can close today's session with a draft set of rules that are a consensus. Now, I would like us to continue with the analysis of the text in the annex of the draft resolutions, DDR/2, and I would like to consult delegations if they have any modification to the text, to the original text contained in Article 2. I reiterate, I would like to ask delegations if they want to take the floor to share considerations about the original text of Article 2. Argentina is recognized. Thank you, Chair. Argentina wishes to submit a proposal with regards to paragraph 12, which refers to the fact that committee members shall enjoy the privileges and immunities accorded to experts on mission for the United Nations under the Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations. We believe that this text, that it would be very difficult for Argentina to support or to approve this text without it going through legislative approval. And beyond that, we do not see that in the agreement we have any article or mention of privileges and immunities that are granted to experts within the framework of the United Nations. And therefore, this could be the subject of a new negotiation of an additional protocol. That would be very difficult, cumbersome, and I don't believe that we will make any progress along those lines. And therefore, we consulted with the Secretariat and with some states the possibility of suggesting a new text that could make things easier for us and could help the performance of members of the committee, which I would like to now read to you. Each member state will grant the members of the committee the facilities and guarantees that are needed for the exercise of their functions. In this way, that is the way in which this could be expressed in the text, and we would not have to subject this to any subsequent negotiation or protocol. And we would not go beyond the mandate, beyond what was agreed in the Escazú Agreement. Thank you, Argentina. Any other consideration about that paragraph or a different paragraph of that article? Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Just to support the text by Argentina, I have to acknowledge that up until Argentina warned about privileges and immunities, we face exactly the same situation. If we talk about privileges and immunities, that's going to go a legislative process, and we failed to detect this in advance. And so what Argentina suggests would facilitate things enormously. Thank you, Mexico. I don't see any other considerations about Article 2, so I suggest Chile. Thank you, Chair. The Chilean legal order would also probably lead us to something similar. And therefore, it would be interesting to explore the Argentinian proposal. And the easier, the simpler it is, the better. I would also like to add that given the fact that Chile has not formed part of the preparation of these documents, but we still feel that that is very good, and we have no major objections or comments. But with regards to paragraph 8 of rule number 2, there are mandates that refer to 6-year periods and that could be renewed for an additional 4 years. I would like to ask, and hopefully you can clarify this, why that extension? We feel that having 10-year memberships could be a little bit excessive. We are open, of course, to listen to the reasons of that determination, but in principle, perhaps we could suggest that we reconsider that. So perhaps we could have 3-year periods that can be renewed so that it does not always coincide with COPs. I'm just expressing a concern, and we would love to be clearer on that. Thank you, Chile. St. Lucia is not in the room. Perhaps the Secretariat could help us with how this had been established. In actual fact, the periods that were established were 4 + 4. And what we find here is 6 + 4 for the first opportunity after the first election. The Secretariat has the floor. The discussions of the parties with the support of different committees was related to the need of not renewing the experts all at the same time, so that there could be a process whereby the learning of a group of them could be transferred to another group, and that would allow kind of continuous elections, but maintaining the learning process. I don't remember exactly what the paragraph, the wording of the paragraph, but that was indeed the objective. Do you have a proposal to reduce things, even considering that spirit? We could consider that. Yes, thank you for the Secretariat for that clarification. We are clear on that, and we agree with that approach. The point that we're making is that as a result of the application of that rule, we would end up with memberships that, in our view, are somewhat long. 6 + 4, even if it's the first time, implies a 10-year membership. And maybe perhaps because this is an agreement that is only just being implemented, perhaps we could have a turnover which could be shorter to facilitate the participation of other experts.
Thank you, Chile. Perhaps if there is agreement on the convenience of having the sort of mismatch, if you like, but a shorter term, maybe we could ask St. Lucia and the other countries that were in the group to review that. Thank you. If there are no further comments, we will move on to Article 3. Marcos. Marcos Orellana. Yes, thank you, Chair. I was asking for the floor to reflect on privileges and immunities, as mentioned by Argentina. It's interesting to hear regarding the internal legislation in Argentina that's still part of the Convention 1946. They say that they would need to have additional processes if the text of the current paragraph 12 is kept. And this wording seeks to ensure the independent practice of the functions of the members of the committee, either visiting countries, reports, and the reference to the UN Convention of 1946 speaks of immunities and privileges that are functional to the position. For example, the freedom of expression, not involved in jurisdictional processes or the protection of documents. It does not turn the members of the committee into UN officers. It is functional immunity. Although in Argentina, there are precedents in that in certain treaties are drafted with resolutions adopted by political bodies such as the statutes of the statutes or the bylaws of the Inter-American Court that establishes these privileges and immunities, and also others where a conference of the parties of a treaty does not establish privileges and immunities. They've gone in that direction, understanding that these are necessary tools to fulfill their functions. And so the question I have, and that I would be very grateful if Argentina could perhaps illustrate this a bit further with their proposal, is that maybe the language proposed in terms of facilities and guarantees could be considered to be legally equivalent to privileges and immunities, as this wording here, and that is necessary for the fulfilling of the functions of these members of the committee. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Orellana. Argentina has the floor. Yes, thank you, Chair. No, no way. It is not the same. The thing is that under the Escazú Agreement, nothing has been foreseen regarding the possibility of attributing privileges and immunities to the members of the subsidiary bodies. And so it does say that the COP may negotiate and approve additional protocols, an additional protocol, draft additional protocol granting privileges and immunities. And in that sense, maybe we could support that text. Now, should it be decided to continue including this in this document, Argentina would have to expressly mention here that the document would have to go through legislative approval, because under the Escazú Agreement has not been foreseen, nor is it foreseen to attribute to the CO, to the Conference of Parties, texts that are not in the agreement, such as this one. But yes, an additional protocol that may be negotiated subsequently. Thank you, Argentina. I think that that is the interpretation in general, given when the point was raised and seeking this substitution, in the sense that there is no equivalence. While privileges and immunities are independent of the need. In the text proposed, the guarantees, facilities and guarantees have to do with the need to fulfill the function. And so that is the differentiation that we found. In one case, it required of a legal procedure, whereas in the other, each country could award this according to their own legislation. Well, let's move on to Article 3, meetings and working methods of the committee. And I open up for those who would like to make comments or suggestions with regard to Article 3. I see no requests. I thank you all very much. Article 4, functions of the committee. Same thing. Chile, yes, we have the floor. Thank you. I would merely like to ask a question about paragraph 14 of Article 3, where it says that the committee meetings will be the committee shall meet at ECLAC headquarters in Santiago de Chile. I would like to understand if this would prevent an online meeting of the committee, or that the committee might decide to do this online. I think most committee meetings are held online. Thank you, Chile. That is correct. It says wherever the committee, or wherever the committee decides, but it does not say how the committee decides. And so maybe in other cases, we should include a reference to the possibility of doing this virtually or online. Yes, we would have to analyze the text of the decision for the subsidiary bodies, because the committee is also a subsidiary body. And I think that it says that the meeting should preferably be held online. Thank you, Chile. No further comments on Article 3 or 4. So let's now consider Article 4. If there are no comments, we move on to Article 5, communications from the party concerned, another party, or a member of the public. Argentina is recognized. Yes, just a small amendment to Article 526A, where it is suggested, the wording reads, steps taken by the party concerned. Or I think there's an issue with the way it is phrased in Spanish. Thank you, Argentina. Chile is recognized. Thank you. With regard to Rule 5, paragraph 23, it says that the committee shall adopt protection measures in favor of the members. And there are no guidelines. This is for protection, this is. But this is probably very relevant in specific cases where the committee may have a role of great relevance. And so from that viewpoint, perhaps it would be appropriate for the committee to be given a guideline by the COP at subsequent sessions to elaborate further the function being performed by the committee. I understand that a similar decision was taken within the context of the Aarhus Convention, and this decision contained a series of considerations and measures that would allow fulfilling this function better. So maybe it would be advisable for this to be something that the COP may revisit not to decide whether it should be there or not, but rather to carry out this function better. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. So this would not imply a change in the wording. Chile. Another suggestion by us would be to consider that in this paragraph it may say under the guidelines of the COP or something similar, so that COP may contribute to a better implementation of this function. The Secretariat has the floor. I would merely like to recall that the delegations, and I apologize, but you do not have this, but the party delegations were given the three proposals, the three central ones that we had to resolve, and others that we were discussing, and one had to do with the defenders, and that the parties were aware that this contained an additional element to be explored, and perhaps one of the aims was to see how that particular theme was included in the various aspects contained under the Escazú Agreement, so that the COP may include them. And that was the idea that took shape in recent months among the states parties and in relation to the committee. Well, if there are no further comments, we would move on to Article 6. Significant participation of the public in the functions of the committee. There are no requests for the floor, and so we move on to Article 7, information and confidentiality. No comments on Article 7. We move on to Article 8, measures by the committee and the conference of the parties. If no one is requesting the floor on Article 8, we move on to Article 9, synergies with other multilateral agreements and processes. And 10, the register of cases. I'm asking about Articles 9 and 10. Thank you. And so I move on to ask you about Article 11, institutional arrangements. Thank you. There are no comments. I move on to Article 12, transitional provisions. Argentina has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go back to Article 8, not to submit another proposal, but I would simply like to ask something. when it says here that COP may be able to adopt the measures it deems necessary to facilitate implementation and compliance, and letter D talks about suspending the rights and privileges of a party, including its voting rights. I would like to ask about whether the spirit of this measure is not excessive, considering the spirit of the text of the decision that we would be supporting. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Any comments to answer that question? Chile has the floor. Yes, thank you, Chair, and I apologize because we moved on very quickly, and since we have not been present in the preparation of these documents, so we are advancing at a slower pace. With regards Rule 5, in paragraph 23, it is stated that in paragraph 22, sorry, it is saying that a party may resort or file communications in all the cases that are pointed out, alleging non-compliance. And I would like to ask why this is restricted to non-compliance when the committee is to support compliance. In other words, one party could communicate asking for support, and not necessarily because there is a non-compliance of the agreement, but a party, for example, that recognizes that it is difficult to comply with the agreement, or that it will face difficulties in the future, and that requests from support from the committee to do that. So maybe we could add in that paragraph an expression saying communications where support is requested or where non-compliance is alleged. I would like to ask you that, Chair, or the Secretariat, through you. Thank you, Chile. Rather than, I feel that that is a good idea, what you have just mentioned. In fact, we have all upheld that the Implementation and Compliance Committee is not judiciary or punitive in nature, but rather something aimed at providing support and development, as from experts that form part of it, to state parties, and therefore maybe state parties could mention whether they share Chile's idea. Yes, I believe we can share that concern, and we believe that that is a good suggestion to express this in a positive manner. Thank you, Mexico. Thank you, Chile. The representative of the public has the floor. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I believe that the spirit of this committee is to support the implementation and compliance with the agreement, and that is why I wanted to also refer to the functions of the committee. When we look at function C, I believe that there we deal specifically with what Chile is saying, in the sense that the committee will provide advice and assistance to parties in terms of the implementation and compliance with the agreement, and that the function B, which is developed in point 5, refers specifically to allegations of non-compliance, and therefore I don't feel that there is there's a problem there. The committee has those two functions, and we do feel it's important for communications to enable these cases of non-compliance, bearing in mind that the spirit of the committee is both to make sure that there is compliance and also to support parties. And that is why in the subchapter C, there is a wide-ranging paragraph talking about how the committee will provide advice and support parties to comply with the agreement. We thank the representative of the public. Indeed, given that compatibility, paragraph 22 would refer to itself, another part to refer to another part, or a member of the public could present a communications requesting the support or alleging non-compliance of one or more provisions of the agreement. If there are no other comments, I would like to refer to the question asked by Argentina, so that we don't leave that unanswered. Argentina asked about subparagraph D of paragraph 41, where it is mentioned as one of the measures that could be adopted, the suspension of rights and privileges of a party, including its voting rights, a measure that in any case should be adopted by the conference of the parties. Now, I do understand that that is indeed a very severe measure, and perhaps a severe measure that would respond to a situation which would be equally serious. It's not common to observe this. It's its application is not common or very widespread, but it is a measure that exists and that in one way or another is used. As other elements that we have taken into consideration in these rules, that does not mean that this is the first or only alternative. It will probably be the last alternative, and it certainly, I feel, will be very improbable. But at least in the drafting committee, and when we discussed this in the past, it was felt that it could be included, obviously, as a measure that is of a very different magnitude to other measures that appear in that same paragraph. Argentina has the floor. Yes, thank you very much, Chair, for that explanation. What surprised us is not so much the measure in itself that we understand, because it obviously must be applied, that measure, when it's a very severe situation that we're dealing with. We understand that. But in a place of measures adopted by COP, and in part of this that refers to the committee, that is the doubt, because it's we are talking about a decision about the committee, and we have an article that refers to a measure taken by COP and not by the committee. That is why we ask this about the spirit behind this article of a function or a faculty that the conference of the parties has. When we're talking here of the functions and the structure of the committee, that was the reason for this question. Yes, thank you, Argentina. As you will say, the whole paragraph, and not exclusively subparagraph D, but the whole paragraph refers to the faculties that the conference of the parties has. And that is something that we discussed. It's not the same as all the other paragraphs or articles, but we felt that if we did not include this, let's see, first of all, undoubtedly, this is something that must be decided by the conference of the parties, undoubtedly. But we felt that if that was not included within a set of rules such as these, the process faced with non-compliance seemed to be incomplete, and therefore the proposal included a paragraph that includes aspects related to COP, and the COP can change, or in fact, COP could even adopt other measures, but to include these as proposals in the sense that this could be expressed. What we could express in these rules is the whole procedure from its beginning, from its reporting or denunciation, and until its predictable consequences, so to speak. Obviously, COP can adopt other decisions, and that was indeed the spirit behind this. But we, of course, submit this to the consideration of all of you. I always refer to this in the spirit of answering your question. And I'm not adopting a position in this sense. Chile has the floor. Thank you, Chair. I apologize for taking the floor. Again, aligned with what Argentina mentioned, in one way or another, there is an overlapping between what is allocated to COP. In letter A of paragraph 40, it is stated that the committee can formulate observations. It says, including declarations of non-compliance. So this may not be compatible with the condition of the committee in terms of not being punitive or by including declarations of non-compliance. It is in one way or another passing judgment on this. And that same function is recognized to COP in paragraph 41, numeral A. So I don't know whether that function is up to the this is up to the committee or whether COP has to be in charge of that, but I feel it might be a little bit confusing. And if this is a faculty of COP, it shouldn't perhaps be a faculty of the committee. Yes, what you're saying is a probability. We also discussed this with the same logic that you are expressing. What we analyzed at that time, let's see, I often say to students, so there are several juridical rules that are called resolutions. The porter of a public entity can make resolutions, and the president of that public entity can also make resolutions, and they are all resolutions. What happens is that the resolutions of the president are taken by the president, and they're relevant because they're taken by the president, and the resolutions of somebody of a lower hierarchy are also called resolutions or declarations of non-compliance, but they have the relevance of someone that was taken by a different entity or someone in a different hierarchical level. And I go back to the beginning. If you view this in this manner, we could restrict this faculty to one of the two bodies. I assume that to COP, but obviously, there isn't necessarily a contradiction. One will be a declaration of compliance by a group of experts, and another one will be a declaration of non-compliance of the conference of the parties.
Well, if there are no further comments. Yes, Marcos Orellana. Thank you, Chair. Merely to address one point, and thank you for the question and comment asked by Chile regarding non-compliance of the provision that we are referring to, and say that in practice, in similar bodies to the one where these rules are applied, this sort of declaration is common practice and do not change or transform the nature of the committee according to what is set forth in the agreement, that is consultative, transparent, non-contentious, and non-judicial. In that knowing of cases of non-compliance, the rules set forth by this proposal establish a due process in order to proceed with investigation or examination so that the interested party may take part and so on. But this does not turn the procedure into a judicial nor punitive process, nor is it a declaration of non-compliance or does not transform the nature of the committee on this account. And I would like to say that this practice has not been controversial, and these rules express a distillation of good practices that we're able to see at international level. Thank you. I thank you, Marcus. Mexico. Mexico is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe that following good practices, and we would like the Escazú Agreement to also be a good practice and example to be followed. I do know it is wide, but we should allow the Conference of the Parties have that attribution, considering that it will have to be discussed at a COP, and so we believe that this could be an attribution of this highest body. If I understand you, Mexico, you say restricted to the COP. Will we put this to you for your consideration? Well, not wanting to disrupt the order, could we keep a 40A until we have conclusions about certain cases, and then maintain 41A for non-compliance? Because otherwise the committee would be apparently left without the possibility of formulating a document on with conclusions about on its tasks, which I don't think that it is in the spirit of this proposal. Mexico is assenting, and the representative of the public is recognized. Yes, thank you, Chair. For the public, it is important that the committee be able to include declarations of non-compliance, because we believe that the analysis by the committee as an expert committee, and that allows the committee to give the interested party these recommendations and being specifying to the party where they are not complying and how to overcome the non-compliance, to make recommendations. And so the committee does not say exactly what does not say what they're not complying with is a lack, and they don't know how to overcome the situation. So in the spirit of the committee, this committee should be consultative, non-judicial, non-punitive, and that helps the implementation of the agreement and the effective implementation of the agreement. And so we believe that the committee must have this possibility of making declarations of non-compliance so that the party may have certainty as to what the non-compliance is about and how to overcome the non-compliance and meet their obligations. We believe that what the committee is doing is supporting that and giving them certainty as to what is happening with the situation, how they're not complying, and how that party may, based on the recommendations by the committee, overcome the non-compliance and move ahead in the effective implementation of the agreement of Escazú, which is the maximum aim of the committee. Thank you. I thank the representative of the public, and now Antigua and Barbuda is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just seeking some clarification here. With regard to clause 41 or section 41, it says the conference of the parties make such measures as deemed necessary, etc. Is it being suggested that it should be the committee that does that? Because it is my understanding that the committee would make the recommendation to the conference of the parties who would take the necessary action. I just want to make sure that I'm following. That's correct?
Gracias. Gracias, Antigua Barbuda.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Yes, the committee makes recommendation to the conference of the parties, and the conference of the parties adopts the measures.
Esa es la lógica, esa sería la lógica.
That is the logic with which paragraph 41 is included. Yes, Antigua and Barbuda, go ahead.
Regarding suspending the rights and privileges of a party, I'm taking that to mean that there would have to be many breaches and non-compliance that you just wouldn't. Would we have any guidelines from the committee as to when they would make this recommendation to suspend the voting rights and privileges of any party? No, that is just something you think of. Would there be guidelines so that every country is subject to the same rules and procedures and regulations. I'm just asking. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Of course, all of these things may be elaborated on further on, either by the committee through its work or the COP with subsequent elaborations, and that surely will occur over time. Camila, Mexico? No? Very well. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. We have ended our analysis of the document. I believe that we should now quickly move on to consider the brackets that were put up this morning to the rules of procedure. I am specifically referring to paragraph 7 and Article 14. As you will recall, this morning we considered the rules of procedure of the COP and put in brackets paragraph 7 of Article 7. Likewise, we proceeded with Article 14 on participation by the public. And I would like to ask the plenary if we can remove the brackets and so conclude our analysis of the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties, or anyone would like to make a comment or observation on these two parts of the rules. Argentina is recognized. I think that if there are no comments, we can approve it by consensus, unanimously and by acclamation. So it is approved by acclamation, decision 1-1 on the revised proposal of the rules of procedure of the Conference of the Parties. I would like to especially thank Argentina for your intervention, because you, I'm sure, see that I have no hammer. Someone took the hammer. Please take that out of the report, yes. Please, the Secretariat, I need the text of the next resolution. Chairman, Bolivia is recognized. Thank you. Yes, as I'm sure you've realized, we have a very profound interest in the Escazú Agreement being able to move ahead. We are the second country to have ratified the Escazú Agreement, and for us, this means a commitment, a political commitment, a social commitment, and it is part of our very political constitution of the country, to protect the rights of Mother Earth, protection of the rights of indigenous people, and the full active participation by civil society through social control. And it has a chapter within our political constitution. And that is why this coincidence with the Escazú Agreement. Now, the commitment of Bolivia is always to move ahead, to implement, to work, and face the challenges posed by working on the Escazú Agreement. And so it's in that sense that we've taken a step back with our proposals, not withdrawing them, but yes, postponing them for the future to treat them or give them the time that they deserve. Our proposals are based on the work that we have been doing with the civil society, with our indigenous people, bottom up. And that is why the relevance of insisting on them being included. Now we're agreeing on a solution for everyone so as not to prevent the approval of the essential documents at this COP, but we will request the chair that our contributions, our proposals be considered with the necessary time for the next conference of the parties. Thank you. Thank you, Bolivia. And that is why, and according to the consultations with the delegation of Bolivia and other delegations of the presiding officers, and I sincerely thank everyone for your collaboration and support. In order to conclude our work, we have made some changes to the draft decision 1.3 that you have. Not the annex, because the annex on the rules of the composition and functioning of the committee, we've just analyzed it in full. But that we are going to say that the decision as such that used to have a single resolutory paragraph may now have 3. And so we will keep, I'm going to read it, but I will explain it.
The first paragraph maintains the original text and expresses that it approves the rules of composition and operation of the Support Committee for the implementation and compliance in Annex 1 of this decision. We have added a second paragraph whereby this conference decides to request the Secretariat to translate and disseminate the proposals of the plurinational state of Bolivia presented during the meeting. And we also add a third paragraph whereby this conference decides to request the presiding officers that with the support of the Secretariat, a consultation process is launched with the states that are parties to the agreement and with the significant participation of the public in order to analyze the compatibility of these proposals with the text that was approved, aiming at improving the rules of application, of implementation and compliance, and to strengthen the implementation of the agreement. Thus, we seek to consider all the positions and all the rights of both the group that worked hard during this period of time and also of those that feel the need to submit new proposals to the documents that we are approving today. So I'll open up the floor if anyone wishes to refer to this draft decision, especially with regards to 2 new paragraphs that we intend to add. Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Chair. We sincerely thank the flexibility of Bolivia to continue to make progress. We celebrate the approval of the document of the draft decision 1, and we congratulate this the way in which we're going to make progress. And we are willing to analyze this proposal with the adequate time that is needed, and we will form part of that working group in order to advance and improve the work of the Committee on Implementation and Compliance. Thank you.
Gracias, México.
Thank you, Mexico. Panama has the floor. Well, first of all, I would like to thank and congratulate all those present and likewise all those participating virtually for having participated and witnessed for participating and witnessing this event, which bears fruit today. And thank you very much to the delegation from Bolivia for enriching today's dialogue. And we always hope to achieve the best possible results, and thus we reiterate the commitment on the part of Panama in terms of adhering to the guidelines of the Escazú Agreement, and also to uphold the proposals of all our sister countries in the region. Panama, thank you very much. The Secretariat is correcting the text that I read just now. Read it completely to prevent any confusions. Paragraph 1 approves the rules in accordance with the text that I already read. Paragraph 2 requests the Secretariat to translate and disseminate the proposals of the plurinational state of Bolivia that was presented during the meeting, and paragraph 3 incorporates a temporary reference that we had not mentioned. It requests the presiding officer that with the support of the Secretariat, a consultation process is launched with the state parties and with a significant participation of the public in order to analyze the compatibility of these proposals with the text that has been approved, aimed at improving the rules of implementation and compliance, and to consider them in the next ordinary conference of the parties in order to strengthen the implementation of the agreement. What has been added is the next ordinary COP. Okay. I don't have a hammer, but I would like to ask you all to approve this.
Nos quedan apenas unos minutos.
We only have a few minutes left of interpretation. In consequence, I would like to ask you all to consider a very brief but very important decision, which is decision 1.5, which refers to the following meetings of the Conference of the Parties. I understand that we are all aware of the text, but I'll read the resolution. The Conference of the Parties decides, one, to hold an extraordinary meeting on 20th and 21st of April 2023 in order to elect the first members of the committee to support the implementation and compliance and to discuss any other aspect decided by the parties. Two, it also agrees to hold its second ordinary meeting on 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of April 2024 and invites the parties to host the meetings mentioned beforehand and organizing both here in ECLAC. I'll ask the Secretariat to clarify this text. Yes, I would like to apologize the chair because he has the previous text, the one that existed before the meeting of delegations. And in that meeting, Argentina offered to host the next extraordinary meeting. So the next extraordinary meeting will be held in Argentina. Eventually, on the 20th and 21st. And the second one will be on the 20th and 21st. And the last paragraph, instead of referring to previous meetings, will only refer to the last meeting, the ordinary meeting.
Consulto la sala si hay
Are there any observations, or can we approve that? Okay, approved. I finally used the hammer. We would like to make, the Secretariat would like to make a few announcements and to invite you all for 9 a.m. sharp tomorrow. But before that, we'll listen to some announcements from the Secretariat. The Secretariat has received a request in terms of the need for some delegates and participants of the public to take their PCR tests or antigen tests before they take their flights home. So we have a couple of options. There is one, which means that you have to move away from here. And another option is that people can come to take the PCR test or the antigen test here at ECLAC. And if you need that, please speak with Maria Paz Rivera. And in order to coordinate that, because that would imply that you can obtain the result of the PCR in a much quicker. Coming to ECLAC means that at least 10 people, if they come to ECLAC, we must have at least 10 people. So we must have that list as soon as possible. This is only for delegations who are required to have a PCR test or an antigen test before they take their flight home. And that happens to a few delegations, especially for Caribbean countries, because they have a stopover in the US. As I mentioned, tomorrow morning we will begin our session at 9 a.m. sharp. As a result of the agenda, we have to begin sharply at 9 a.m. So I would like to especially ask you to be here on time so that we can begin at 9 a.m. sharp. So hopefully you can all be present in the room before 9 a.m. so that we can begin at 9 a.m. sharp. Thank you very much, and we'll meet again tomorrow. Please rest, we all deserve it, and have a nice time.
Recording stopped.